Good morning, everybody. We're going to bring today's meeting to order, and I'd like to welcome everybody to the May 8th, 2025 Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. Once again, this morning we are meeting in beautiful Durango, Colorado. And to begin this morning's meeting, we are honored to have Mark Wing, who is with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. Mark works in the Tribal Historic Preservation Office, and Mark is going to give us some remarks and then a tribal blessing. So I will turn the meeting over to Mark Wing, if you'll come forward, sir.
Thank you, and good morning. I'm glad to be here this morning. I'm glad to be and have this opportunity and honored to be here this morning and be able to do this blessing and a little bit of information on behalf of our Ute people and our Ute tribe here in the state of Colorado. We'll go ahead and do our blessing, our prayer this morning, and I'm going to do it in my native language. So bear with me and pray along with me if you need to. So, tu punin pagat nu marapat maritas niket move to which was now to which cause it's a the way to near the moiskan group nimkat nemarika chivat manikane to nimkat open across that was stop nimkat tea part that was mother stop nimkat birth couch mama stop nimkat nanisu guy stop nimkat why go on poop on why go on poop on smike and I'm to nimkat smike again why go what some top nimkat Urugasne smike pachum water to nimkat mama nuchi when you be to whoop to my top nimkat pinu nuchi toyaka nuchi titi parak pachum mamas smike pachum move to top nimkat pupok ranak pupok punis kanak to whoop and the muy top nimkat we knew you got to whoop that there is some nimkat poop on mamas kakan cap got them right in nuchi got to nimkat go water mamas smike pachum top nimkat work ka pachum numi top nimkat hands up push up was no option titi parak was top nimkat titi punis ka was mama took top nimkat numi gas ni top nimkat nuayak top nimkat pinu nuchi toyaka nuchi titi parak pachum top nimkat you would nuchi that is titi parak pachum top nimkat po numi that is top nimkat tawa mois mi tot is Turut mi tot is tawa yak mi tot is pura mi tot is titi parak was top nimkat nuwav niagat nam orap niagat top nimkat tawach niagat matuas niagat Putu niagat titi parak was numi no so kas wate top nimkat when mamos wagon it top nimkat how I subnika with some tato at you numi tato titi parak pachum top nimkat wate so bus cat some more opening heaping waiga with some how I sub to open him. Titi parak put some to open him. The way I could stop him. How it is a small, but how it is a combine what to open him. Bus cat and him to open him. In Jesus' name to open him. Amen. Okay, you can be seated. Just want to open up with a little information here. Thank you for your patience and your honoring of standing up with me to do the prayer. Go into this little bit of information of our Ute people. The Ute people, an indigenous tribe, have a rich root in the Great Basin and Colorado Plateau region with the ancestral lands and present day Utah, Colorado, and parts of New Mexico, Wyoming, and Arizona. They were originally a loose confederation of tribes united called bands. Historically, the Ute were hunters and gatherers, respecting the land and the resources. Their culture included seasonal celebrations and other religious practices. The Ute acquired horses in the early 19th century, which signified impact ways of their life, leading to more formations of hunting lands, and the Ute people are the oldest continuous residents of Colorado, with their history spanning from 1300 onward into the southwest part of the state. They were hunters-gatherers who established intensive trade routes across the region lands before European explorers arrived. The Ute people were confined with the western third of Colorado, and in 1868 and later forced to cod more lands due to the discovery of gold, and silver in the San Juan Mountains. With those information given and documented of the Ute people, we were once about 7 to 8 different bands in the state of Colorado. Before it was a state, we had our different bands in different locations, and as they come through the areas, we had different agencies in different locations clear up to the northern part of the state of Colorado. So we had homesteads, we had different places that we hunted and gathered, and then we moved, like in the summertime, we moved to the mountains for the following of the animals for harvesting and hunting. And then in the wintertime, we went down to the lower plateaus into the warmer areas. So that's how the Utes migrated. And we as Ute people don't have a migration story. We have always been here in the state of Colorado. And other tribes across Indian country have a migration story of what direction they came into this region. But as you can tell, a lot of our stories, we don't have that migration story. So we are the ancients of the state of Colorado. So with that, we would always, say that, the state of Colorado legislators, officials that are acquainted information with our ancestral lands, keep in mind that, we as Ute people, we're only 2 federally recognized tribes. There's the Southern Ute here in Ignacio, and Toyac, Colorado, Ute Mountain Ute are the only 2 federally recognized tribes in the state of Colorado. So with that, we always encourage our officials in the state of Colorado, up to the legislators, up to the governor, up to, the lieutenant, up to CCIA, rather it's like Parks and Wildlife says we're here today. Keep in mind that we have Native American people that are still wanting a connection with our ancestral lands. And they still have the encouragement and they have the interest of still going back and visiting some of their ancestral lands as they have heard from their elders and their grandparents of where they were at one time and the homesteads and stuff. So, and we need to educate our kids as well too, and our youth in our communities, and bring them up to these areas and show them these places that used to belong to the Ute people a long time ago. But due to the fact of gold rush and the silver and different minerals in the Rocky Mountains, we were moved back into the areas of where we're at on the reservations now. But we still would like to have the opportunity to go back into our ancestral lands and support that. And that's what part of my job is as a tribal historical preservation officer and culture specialist, is to elaborate and collaborate with different officials across the state of Colorado, as well as dealing with our NAGPRA programs and NAGPRA projects, and getting these sites, areas helpful to our tribes to know where our people are at. So, and that's something that I would like to share with you this morning and this time. It's just to keep in mind when you're doing these regulations, laws, and different bylaws that you're doing, policies, state policies, and it's keep us in mind as Native American people. We would like to work with you as long as you work with us and collaborate, and we would like to collaborate together as one to be able to make our homelands reliable and working together as a state residential people too, and that we understand one another makes a lot of things a lot easier to work with too. So, with that, I would like to say that, and thank you, and then I'm glad and my pleasure to be here this morning and to share this little bit of information and the prayer with you, and thank you. And I'd like to thank both of the Ute tribes here, Southern Ute and Ute Mountain, for being here yesterday, and then for Ute Mountain, Chairman Hart for asking me to come here and do this prayer and blessing in behalf of him too. So on behalf of our Ute people, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, very much for honoring with that this morning. And I have to thank Stacy our tribal liaison with DNR, Corey Chick, our regional manager, and especially Matt Thorpe for making this all possible the last 2 days, and appreciate it very much. So I know everybody does a lot of work behind the scenes, but this was important. So it's the proper way to start our meetings off in Durango. We will now move into agenda item number 17, which will be, oh, I'm sorry. Yep, I forgot roll call. So I'll ask Diana to move into taking roll call this morning. We probably should have a quorum today.
Just one moment. Okay. Bailey. Here. Beaulieu.
Here.
Haskett. Here. Jacober. Murphy.
Here.
Otero.
Here.
Reading.
Present.
Robinson.
Here.
Touchton.
Here.
Vardy.
Present.
Chair May.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Diana. We have a quorum. We'll begin our meeting with agenda item 17 on our citizen petition presentation. I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, May, Commission, Directors. I'm Hillary Hernandez, the Regulations Manager. As the Chair said, we're on agenda item number 17, which is a citizen petition found on the white paper. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to our petitioner to present this petition.
Thanks. All right, good morning. My name is Devin. I'm the founder and director of Nature's Educators. We are a 501c3 nonprofit wildlife education program under Parks and Wildlife, Fish and Wildlife, and we are also one of only 3 raptor facilities here in Colorado that is licensed and certified by the USDA. What I am hoping to present and petition towards you is the use of non-Migratory Bird Treaty Act corvids, which would be jays, crows, ravens, magpies, for education. We currently have an African pied crow named Zazu that we take out and do presentations with, and we just acquired a white-naped raven named Mayhem for education as well. We are unable to use this white-naped raven for education programs simply because they fall out of that line of the equator where we are allowed to use certain corvids. Our pied crows have been grandfathered in. So I would love to be able to take this corvid out to be able to teach kiddos and adults alike about corvids and how important they are to the ecosystem. I'm not proposing that we use native species of corvids for education. I am strictly proposing non-Migratory Bird Treaty Act birds. That is basically no work on CPW side besides the import permits that we need to do, which we've done for our white-naped raven that we brought in as well. These birds also, the non-MBTA birds, are not regulated by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They are regulated by the USDA. So the 2 corvids we have at our facility have been inspected by and are certified, if you will, under USDA. We're just not allowed to take our raven out for education. Currently, the way the regulations are written, it allows for random people to have non-MBTA corvids as pets. That is actually how we originally got our African pied crows. I propose it would make more sense for those of us that are licensed facilities to be able to utilize these trained education birds for going out to schools and such like that. That's all I have.
We do have public comment on this one, so if you want to do commission discussion or public comment
I would
first.
say after our presenter has said everything, we should go to public comment.
Good morning, I'm Katie Lanter, Policy Section Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We have one virtual public comment on this item, so if we could bring up Adam Krieger, please. Adam, you can go ahead when you're ready.
Chair May, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Adam Krager, and I'm speaking today as a Colorado resident and on behalf of Friends of Animals. Today, I want to express strong opposition to the petition to allow the use of these corvids, such as crows, ravens, magpies, for educational purposes in Colorado. First, Colorado law and regulations are clear in prioritizing the protection of native wildlife and the prevention of practices that may result in harm to these species. Corvids are among the most intelligent and socially complex birds. They're highly susceptible to imprinting, especially when they're young. And scientific research shows that imprinting is a powerful and even irreversible process affecting the bird's ability to thrive in its natural environment. Removing corvids from the wild for educational use risks permanent behavioral changes, undermining both their welfare and their ecological role. It also makes it highly unlikely that any rehabilitation efforts will succeed, as the imprinted birds won't adjust to the wild. The stress of captivity and frequent travel, which are common in educational demonstrations, can have significant negative impacts on corvids' health and behavior. Studies have documented that captured corvids respond to human presence in unfamiliar environments with altered and even stressed behaviors, which may compromise their well-being and lead to chronic distress. The petition states that it is important to love and respect these birds, but that's not what's occurring here. Expanding the use of corvids in education not only risks individual animal welfare, but may also set a precedent for the exploitation of other native species. In summary, this proposal is inconsistent with CPW's statutory mandate to protect native wildlife and ensure their well-being. The highly imprintable nature of corvids, the documented stress of captivity and travel, and the potential for ecological disruption all weigh strongly against approving this position. I urge the Commission to reject this petition in the interest of both animal welfare and the integrity of Colorado's wildlife management framework. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, Katie. I'll open the floor to commissioners for questions or comments. Commissioner Touchton.
Thanks, Chair May. And Hillary, or is it Devin? Well, thank you for your introduction. I had a few questions based on the public comment we just heard. One is, I thought we were only talking about non-native corvids, and you called them non-MBTA, but all native corvids would be on the MBTA, is my understanding. So we're talking about non-native birds. That's correct?
Yes, we're specifically talking about non-MBTA. We're not taking native species from the wild.
Okay. And then are you, are the birds imported into this country, or are they already in the country as pets, and I would call them more like rescue or turned in pets that, you know, whatever the
Yes, so the first two pied crows we had were bred here somewhere in the U.S. We don't know. They were being kept as pets and were relinquished to us. The white-naped raven we have was actually bred and raised at World Bird Sanctuary in St. Louis, Missouri. So we're not importing birds from other countries. Okay. And maybe this is for Hillary. Would our change allow importation, or would our change only say if a pet bird or a bird already in the United States could then be rescued and used in education?
The way we have that regulation worded right now, it's just allowing them to use those birds that they have for the educational purposes. But I think Eric Slater might be on. He might have a little bit more information.
Hi, my name is Eric Slater. I'm the Special Wildlife License Administrator for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. The way the current regulation is proposed to be changed is it would allow any lawfully acquired corvid. So technically it could be imported from outside of this country, but that would have to go through international importation requirements through U.S. Fish and Wildlife and USDA. I believe both oversee parts of that. And then coming into Colorado, Colorado Department of Ag would still be overseeing the importation coming into our state.
Commissioner Beaulieu.
Thank you, Chair May. My questions were similar to Commissioner Touchton's. My concern, hearing the word importation, but I feel like that's been cleared up. Captivity is my biggest concern, taking animals from the wilds and bringing them into captivity, even if they're for educational purposes. So I guess my overall concern in this is if these animals cannot be released back into the wild and they're used for educational purposes, I'm all for that. I have an issue with wild birds taken into captivity if they are capable of living their lives out free in the wild. And so I don't know if anyone has any insight into whether this would kind of open up that process to animals being imported through this petition, or if we're really specifically talking about those who cannot be released into the wild, or if that's been answered. I guess I'm looking for just more clarity on if this is just for animals who are already in captivity and can't be released, cannot be rehabilitated.
I can answer that one. We are not taking native species from the wild. We're not talking about native corvids. We're talking about actually specifically the African birds that we have. Both of the birds that we have, the African pied crow and the white-naped raven, were hatched and raised at facilities here in the US. So I'm not going through CITES and importing birds. That is a whole different world that I do not have time or patience for. So we are acquiring birds that have come from captive breeding programs that are human imprints. So they've never lived in the wild. But I specifically have stated in here it's non-MBTA birds. So we are not talking about native corvids. So hopefully that clears things up.
It does. And I understand where you're coming from, but will this petition lead to others obtaining, if maybe this is CPW, others obtaining birds from the wilds who aren't native to Colorado, opening up those kinds of processes? And if there's just kind of like a slippery slope associated with this, I guess I'm asking, maybe I'm just not understanding.
One question I do have, I understand that this would be issued, any raptor now is under a federal permit, in possession of a raptor is under federal permit. Would the same hold true for any, if this rule was passed, initiated, would the same hold true for native corvids? Could there be any chance that they would be included, and perhaps like say in Colorado, a native corvid, a crow or raven, anything could be captured and brought into this? Would that open the door for that?
So we're not capturing animals. So just like the raptors that we have for education, these birds have to be proven with a veterinary statement that states why they cannot be released. So for example, one of our prairie falcons was struck by a car up in Wyoming, has a permanent shoulder injury and cannot fly well enough for release. So that's why we have that bird. So again, I'm not talking about native species. I am just talking about non-migratory birds. So I can't answer a bunch to native because I'm going off of 2 African species here.
Understood.
Yeah.
My only question would be, would this, if we adopted this rule change, would it allow that? I understand you're not. So Hillary, you.
No, because it's just the non-migratory bird treaty act, so
Very
that's
good.
not native species.
Okay. Commissioner Murphy.
Yeah, I think my question was already answered. The birds that you're getting are captive bred, so they're not being taken from the wild. Okay, and then is your license, like you said there's 2 other facilities in the state, and so you would have to have some kind of a migratory bird license in order to be in possession? Okay.
Yes, I believe currently the way Chapter 6 education reads is that you have to already be a federally licensed facility to be able to have raptors, and then the addition of these corvids. The non-native, the non-MBTA corvids do not fall under Fish and Wildlife Service. They fall under our federal USDA license, to which there are only 3 of us in the state that are under the USDA raptor license.
Okay, so the general public could not get one of these birds as a pet?
Correct.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks. Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the questions, at least from what I heard from Commissioner Touchton and Commissioner Beaulieu, have definitely less to do with your specific operations and are more about the change to the regulation. So maybe there's a broader picture question about existing regulations within CPW or possibly DA policy around the import of these birds into the state. That might be right. We understand you're getting them from in the country, from other, hand reared. They haven't been out in the wild, but would this open up opportunity? And I don't expect you to answer this. I'm hoping others can. Would it open up options for others to import internationally, take from the wild in the African context, for example, and bring in for the purpose of handling? Others, feel free to. I think that's what's been raised.
I see Eric popped up to help for some clarification.
Hi again, for the record, this is Eric Slater, Special Wildlife License Administrator with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Currently, the way the proposed regulation is lawfully acquired. And so, for an example, for a lot of other species that are lawfully acquired outside of the United States and still imported, that would all go through, they would have to have authorization from the home source. So whatever country is, they would have to have collection authorization for that through CITES or through the federal government for importation before it even got into this country. One solution is just simply make this captive bred only, is one solution that may help defer some of that worrisome about take from the wild.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, I appreciate the presentation, and I guess this is step 1 of 2. So this was information for us, and we'll proceed accordingly. So thank you very much, Devin. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair. When Hillary and Eric, who disappeared, when you bring this back to us for step 2, could you, I liked Eric's suggestion that they're captive bred and domestically, so that we're not opening the door to new importation. We're just allowing the educational uses of birds that already found themselves here, and so they don't have other options. So.
Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Okay, very good. So I guess that will complete this agenda. Thank you, Hillary and Devin. Okay, we're going to pivot slightly from our agenda, but on unfinished business from yesterday, I wanted to bring this back up because we had a very robust discussion, and I think we had consensus amongst the commission as to what we all had in mind. But it has to do with Rule 17.17.1 of the Wolf Plan, other regulations. And I just wanted to briefly follow up on our discussion regarding labor expenses and veterinary care. I think we reached the consensus with the commission and should make a narrow change to the rule to allow producers to provide care under the direction of a licensed veterinarian. I think doing this in the long run would be a benefit to CPW, to livestock producers of the state, and to the pro-wolf side, to the wolf reintroduction program. It would be a benefit to everybody, because as we stand right now, our regulations do not allow us to pay a producer for veterinary care that he is or she is giving under the direction of a licensed veterinarian. I think we can be very, very specific in what we do, be laser focused on this one rule, because it's obvious to me at least that this would benefit everybody. It'd be a win-win for everybody in the state and a win-win for the wolf reintroduction program. So with that being said, that's why I wanted to bring that up this morning at this meeting. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. Well, my old lawyer spidey senses are a little bit activated, and so I'd like to get some guidance from our counsel about how we should proceed procedurally and stay in keeping with the APA, and also the laser focus on this one change.
Counselor?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So as you mentioned, the rule that discusses licensed veterinary care reimbursement is 17.171D specifically. So if the desire is to sort of make a surgical revision to the rules to effectuate that policy change, you're notice of rulemaking should be tied to that specific rule. So, Mr. Chair, you should invite a motion to initiate rulemaking on Commission Rule 17171D to allow producers, while acting under the direction of a licensed veterinarian, to receive reimbursement for labor expenses for the treatment of livestock and livestock guard and herding animals injured by gray wolves.
Thank you, Councilor. Commissioner Robinson.
Hey, Chair, I move to make the motion to that rule for 171D as stated by our council, and I ask that council provide that language to Diana for representation, so I don't have to repeat it.
Okay, I will consider we have a proper motion on the floor. Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Chair May. I'm generally very supportive, but I'm curious, in the interest of making sure that there's not unintended consequences here, or in the interest of hearing from predominantly our agricultural constituents, if we want to effectively initiate this process but provide a chance for public input, perhaps at our next meeting, and maybe vote on it there.
I will turn it over to council for that.
Yes, Commissioner Vardy, this is just the first step. We're not adopting a rule. It's just sort of giving guidance to staff so that staff can evaluate with stakeholders and sort of your standard multi-step process to get the rule correct, not adopting anything today.
What this motion would direct is the commission, under our privilege, will direct the agency to look into this rule change. I think it's ultra important that we keep, as we said, this surgically focused on this one rule without having an effect or an impact on any other rules, because it was obvious yesterday to me that this is a flaw, that we have an inefficiency, and this will not only save the agency and the state the potential for very big expenses, it will also provide support to the wolves that are out there, because it's a win-win for everybody. So just to clarify, this will be our direction, the commission's direction, which is our responsibility to the agency to look into this as a rule change. But I think it's very important that we note that is specific to this one rule. It's not to the chapter, it's not opening the chapter, it's to this one rule that would provide the producers the ability to be recompensed for care that they give under the direction of a licensed veterinarian. In exchange, instead of that producer then relying on a licensed veterinarian to do all of the care, which would result in exponential expenses to the citizens of the state. So I hope that explains our focus in this. But what we will do by our action today, if we approve this motion, is we will turn it over to the agency to look into how they would like to handle it. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, so with that information, I would second the motion on the table.
Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, I was also going to second the motion to initiate a rulemaking process, but that's already been done. I guess I just want to flag, as part of the rulemaking process, one of my biggest sources of concern, or sort of areas where I want to ensure that we are covered, is around whatever documentation might look like, or whatever might be involved in the damage claim process to support the documentation of that.
Yeah, so you're narrowly opening the door to this inquiry, but I think there are a lot of details like that will be sort of sussed out during the rulemaking about caps and hourly rates and the details necessary for support, and a written directive from the veterinarian concerning the specific treatment and that sort of thing. Yeah, so all of those sort of sub-issues are within the umbrella of the motion as described.
Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with doing it. I think it will save the state money. I think all the way around it's a good idea. And I think most people are good, but there are some people that aren't. And so I think coming up with a way of verifying that they have contacted a vet, and I don't know exactly how that would happen, but having some kind of a thing where there would be proof that a vet was actually contacted.
Point well taken, and that will be the responsibility of staff. But we are specific in our request that This is under the care, under a treatment plan of a licensed veterinarian. For example, I as a producer cannot buy antibiotic for an animal without that veterinarian seeing the animal and writing a prescription.
Right.
So that would initiate this work being done, that a producer would then basically follow a treatment plan that's under the direction of a licensed veterinarian. And we can, Commissioner Robinson mentioned yesterday and Commissioner Bailey, would put strict limits on this so that it's not any chance for anything to be other than that. Commissioner Haskett.
I feel like this was something that just didn't go all the way through when we had our discussions originally because of the vet problems. I mean, I myself am another producer that cannot have a vet within, it takes me 70 miles to drive to really a small animal vet, not even a large animal vet. It's a huge issue, but I feel like we had all this discussion and this particular rule was just missed as far as that goes. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Haskett. So one more note, we're not putting any time constraints on staff. This is basically an open-ended request for them to initiate this process. They will be coming back to us. There will be a chance for notice. We don't know when it'll come to us, but that's what we have. We have a proper motion second on the floor. I would ask if we don't have more discussion, we have a vote on that. And I would ask for a roll call vote, please.
Reading.
Yes.
Otero.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Vardy.
Yes.
Bailey.
Yes.
Jacober. Touchton.
Yes.
Haskett.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Beaulieu.
Yes.
Chair May.
Yes.
All yeses.
Motion passes. Okay, we will move on to back to our agenda, which will be agenda item 18, and ask Fletcher Jacobs to come forward. We'll talk about our 2026 OHV Trail Grant funding recommendations. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Chairman, Directors, members of the Commission, Council. My name is Fletcher Jacobs, Assistant Director for the Outdoor Recreation and Lands Branch for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'm here to present the 2026 Off-Highway Vehicle Trail Grant funding recommendations with a request for your approval. Colorado Parks and Wildlife administers the Off-Highway Vehicle Program for the state of Colorado and awards grants for trail-related projects on an annual basis. Local, county, state governments, federal agencies, special recreation districts, and nonprofit organizations with management responsibilities over public lands may apply for and are eligible to receive motorized trail grants. The goal of this program is to improve and enhance motorized recreational opportunities in Colorado while promoting safe, responsible use of OHVs that also protects our state's natural resources. This program benefits the OHV users who are able to enjoy these on-the-ground trail improvements, the communities that economically benefit from the recreational use, the general public, as this program helps OHV users become better stewards of the land and also funds projects that directly address environmental concerns. And finally, the public land managers who are able to use these funds to better manage their resources. As you can see there on the slide, since 1991, this program has funded over $93 million in on-the-ground trail improvements throughout the state. This slide shows where the funding comes from for the program. During the 2024 field season, just over 229,000 OHV vehicles were registered or permitted for use in Colorado. The price of an annual OHV registration or permit is $25.25. These funds are used to support the statewide OHV program, the grants we're here to talk about today, the registration units, search and rescue fund, as well as OHV law enforcement crews. As you can see here, the grant program is primarily funded through the sale of these registration use permits. There's also additional funding from the Federal Recreational Trails Program, or RTP. This funding source is an excise tax on OHV fuel use, which is distributed by the Federal Highway Administration. All right, so moving on, the trail grant application review process that we're here to talk about today follows a protocol very similar to the non-motorized grants that you all approved back in March. Applications are announced in early October, and the submission deadline for this year was December 6th of 2024. All grant applications are first reviewed by CPW wildlife field biologists as well as regional staff. This process allows CPW to identify potential wildlife issues prior to review and try to work them out before the application is actually sent in. Once the applications are submitted, the regional wildlife impact summaries are shared with the subcommittee. It's Appendix B on your commission mailing item. These applications are reviewed by our subcommittee to score and rank the competitive grant applications and also discuss the good management crews. The subcommittee is made up of 15 scoring members. 8 members, including the subcommittee who is on the State Trails Committee, are representatives affiliated with the OHV recreational interest. There are 3 subcommittee members representing non-motorized recreational interest and 4 of CPW's regional trails coordinators. We also have representation on an ex officio basis from federal agencies, the Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management, as well as CPW program staff. Appendix A lists the OHV subcommittee as well as the affiliations of the State Trails Committee. These applications go through the committee to evaluate, put them in ranked and a recommended funding strategy to the commission, and finally today I'm here for that final approval. As you can see along the process, obviously while we take the wildlife considerations of course very seriously, we also invite public comment at each step along the way. So getting into this year's grants, there are 2 types of OHV trail grants. There's the Good Management Program as well as our programmatic or competitive grants. The OHV Good Management Program allows federal agencies to proactively maintain high-use motorized recreational areas and to implement adopted travel management plans for those areas. The program provides a consistent, predictable level of funding so these agencies can attract and retain experienced trail crews for the operation and maintenance of the OHV riding areas. Since its inception in 2001, these trail crews have grown from 3 to the 25 you see here today. We actually have additional requests for new funding each year for programs to move from competitive into the Good Management Program itself. We have criteria that they need to meet 3 years of both fiscal and field objectives, as well as doing the review and making sure these programs are eligible to receive this funding. Our competitive grants are pretty open. These can directly support OHV routes, trailheads, equipment, maintenance, monitoring, signage, trail, education, mapping, compliance checks, and law enforcement. So you can see here the breakdown. We had 71 grants this year, 25 in the good management, and then 46 of competitive. This slide here shows kind of our trend line going back to fiscal year 22. You can see the blue and red, for those who are able to see the color slides there, show the requested amount, and then the green is what we had available. You can see a big jump up there in fiscal year 23, thanks to getting more spending authority from the state legislature. So we've been pretty consistent in the amount of money we've been able to get out at just over that 6.24 million mark, and then you can see the funding increases have increased slightly each year as well. So getting in specifically into this year's grants, the graph you see there kind of breaks down where this money goes. So probably not surprising for folks who are familiar with motorized use here in the state. The majority of the request for funding comes from the United States Forest Service, followed by the Bureau of Land Management, because that's where the opportunities are. We have nonprofit groups, so these 501c3s who work closely with land managers to actually fulfill these grants. The next in line. And then this year we had 1 request from local government. And then always my fun thing to point out, Colorado Parks and Wildlife can also apply for these grant funds. And so we go through that process. So we had 2 requests this year. And then we also had 2 combined agency projects that are CPW as well as US Forest Service working together. The pie chart there on the right is something that I do think is really important to point out. So this breaks down where this money goes, kind of by the budget activity itself. So as you can see there, just under 50% of the funding goes directly to program maintenance, or the request this year, would go to program maintenance. But I think it's also important to point out the equipment, materials, signs, and youth corps. That kind of yellow is sort of a big bucket that essentially is a whole bunch of maintenance as well. So although it's technically 50% of the funding going to maintenance, if you add that in, it's almost 3/4 of the funding going to some level of maintenance, because the youth corps crews are performing maintenance, the equipment, materials are all used to help maintain those areas. The rest of the funding, we have 15% requested for education, enforcement, and visitor contacts, and then that final 13% is planning and travel plan implementation, and that's where you would see kind of new trail construction request. This map here just kind of shows a broad picture of where these requests are coming from this year. And then we kind of get into it, and my least favorite slide to present are these where we actually show the scoring. Of course, this is all online for folks who are having a hard time seeing this, but these are this year's good management request. Essentially, what we are recommending is we actually had 4 new applications who are seeking out good management program approval. 2 of those the committee brought to the State Trails Committee, and I'm here today to recommend funding and moving into good management. The Hans Peak Bears Ears, as well as the North Zone OHV crew. The other 2 requests from Boulder and Divide Ranger districts, we are keeping in the competitive grant program at this time. And this would be a good time to point out one of the processes we go through that wildlife, the wildlife review. One of the projects we received was actually for good management 11, and I really wanted to highlight this because I think it's an important thing as we talk about, you heard a lot about the outdoor strategy yesterday and balancing recreation and conservation, and I think this is a great example of how we do this and how this actually comes to life. So when we go through that wildlife review process, one of the things that was flagged by our staff was there was a request for about 10 plus miles of new trail construction that was in this good management that there was no information on. NEPA hadn't been done, so we wanted to ask for more information. Going through the process, we were able to flag, have that conversation, and it's in your information. The final appendix there shows out each of the grant application summaries. But the federal, the BLM in this case, they said we're not at a place we can even do the NEPA, so we're not going to put that forward. So we're able to flag that, put that forward, and know that this project's just funding maintenance this year, but also we put our staff now, the Southwest Regional Trails Coordinator, Josh Stout, is in close contact with the BLM to say, hey, when you're ready to do this, we want to be involved, we want to see the maps, we want to make sure we know where this is going so we can help have that conversation. So I think it's just a great example of how this can actually work on the ground. Moving on to the competitive grant applications, you can see these are the projects that we're recommending for funding. This would be a total of 30 grants for just over $3.63 million. And what I think is important there, the final one, which of course none of you can probably see, is for the Royal Gorge Field Office. We actually exhaust our available funding. So they had requested 68,000, just over 68,000. We're able to fund 58,000. And this is kind of the important caveat that I also show with this next slide. This is kind of where the funding runs out, where we call our funding line. If additional funding is made available, what we would make the request is all these projects that are above that kind of 70, which for us is a good score, we would ask that we would kind of roll that funding forward. With all the concern about the uncertainty with our federal partners, we found this to be very successful to continue to fund projects that are good projects. We just didn't have enough money available. So that's kind of the approval we're seeking today, is to continue to work our way down through that as we go. So this is kind of the final funding recommendation, would be that just over $6.273 million, and kind of the breakdown between the 26 good management projects and those 30 competitive projects. And this is where I'll go back to that federal question, because I know a couple of the commissioners had reached out about that. So with the 6.273, $6 million of that is our state funding. We know that money is there. The OHV program, the registration use permits are there. That 2.73 of our federal dollars, this is RTP. This is money that, you heard from Chief Financial Officer Rudder yesterday, that when we think about our federal, we're obviously watching that very closely as the state of Colorado. These are funds we feel pretty good about. I brought forward in March with the non-motorized. Also, we had about 900,000, so a much higher pot in that non-motorized funding. Those projects were approved by you. They've already been approved by the Federal Highways Administration. So we feel pretty comfortable that these projects would be moved forward. If for some reason they're not, we would look to backfill them later with additional state registration and use dollars. But just wanted to make sure, because I know that question had come up from a few folks. So kind of finally, the map of what we'd actually be funding, the breakdown's about 18 in the Northwest, 18 in the Southwest regions for CPW, 9 in the Southeast, 8 in the Northeast, and then 3 kind of statewide projects. And this is where I usually say I'm going to pause for questions, but I just want to take a brief moment, because the other question I got a lot about is just the federal uncertainty. And I'll quote one of our program staff who said, I'm kind of tired of living in unprecedented times. I'd like it to be a little more precedented. So one of the conversations that we've had quite a bit with our State Trails Committee is just what this program looks like as our federal crews begin to shrink and the staffing level is a little bit uncertain. So one of the things we've done with the State Trails Committee is continue to really focus on that scope of work to make sure what we're doing is solid and we feel good about not just the wildlife impact, but obviously the recreational opportunity that we'd be providing. But instead of maybe federal crews pulling this work off, we're going to be working more with youth corps. So groups like the Colorado Youth Corps Association, which we already have a very close partnership with, this would be 20 weeks of youth corps funding. But one thing we did last year is we actually had some return money. We gave directly to the Colorado Youth Corps Association 56 weeks of crew funding. So that way they can continue to hit the ground this summer, and especially with federal uncertainty on their level because they receive federal money, they're able to get out. And this is not just good for the economic side where we have folks still having jobs, still being employed, but also again, that resource protection. And again, of course, the recreational opportunity. So we're really going to be leaning into partners like nonprofits, as well as groups like Trails Preservation Alliance, Colorado Off-Highway Vehicle Coalition. We're having that conversation, how they can step in and help us pick up kind of the slack with this uncertainty. And I think we'll maybe likely next year having a conversation about how we continue to shift that model to make sure our nonprofits are stepping in as we kind of continue to navigate the federal uncertainty. So just wanted to touch on that. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Fletcher. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May, and thanks, Fletcher. Well, I have a few. I'll try to prioritize. First, Fletcher, on the, I think it's GM11, the one you highlighted. I was reading the letter from Southwest Regional Manager Chick, and I think BLM got ahead of itself, requesting funding for stuff on which they had not yet done NEPA, which could be considered a predetermined outcome to a NEPA process, which would be illegal on the federal side. And I'm wondering if we can build in protections where before we review a grant, we ask our federal partners if they've completed the legal compliance on their end, so that we're just not asked to fund stuff that has not yet gone through a NEPA process on the federal side.
So thank you for the question, Commissioner. So this is where our timeline, and I think that model I kind of alluded to there at the end, is something we're going to be looking at. So these are grants that will be not for, not crews. We approved those last year, the crews that are hitting the ground right now. So these are grants for 2026. So traditionally the program has allowed for NEPA conversations to happen because it's, hey, this is work that will come out. We want to give you some funding. And it's usually through the good management that we're having those conversations. On non-motorized, we have moved to exactly what you're saying, because those are grants that we approved in March for work that begins right away. We say if the NEPA is not complete, we actually ask them to withdraw their project because we're not to that point. As we've now moved into a much larger uncertainty around NEPA and just our federal partners of what staffing is going to look like, I think that's the question we want to ask and look how we can build that in so we have a little bit more of that uncertainty. Well, our check and balance have been previously is we're able to review their work plans, and so if there's an issue with NEPA, obviously, or the trail construction, we can have that conversation. But the issue you highlight is something that the State Trails Committee has brought up to say, how do we now address this? So it's something we'll be coming back with more information on.
Well, then my related question is, if NEPA is ongoing or forthcoming when they ask a grant, does a letter like the one that Corey wrote saying we're not necessarily in favor of new construction in this area, does that go into the NEPA comments is our position?
That's a great question. When we get to that point, we're usually sitting down with them as that cooperating agency to have that discussion. But I think it will depend on where those discussion goes, if that's going to be the official comment or not. And usually the regions will make that decision of if that will be the comment we submit. But typically we're able to have those conversations early enough that we don't have to go there. But I also recognize that's not always the case.
Okay. Well, thanks, Fletcher. I would encourage us to not fund specific things until NEPA is complete, because we shouldn't contribute to the Fed's violation of NEPA. On the letter from the Southeast Regional Manager McGee, there were several good management projects, Upper Arkansas, San Carlos Ranger District, Royal Gorge, where we requested that they emphasize closing illegal or non-system trails. And I just wanted to double check that they accepted that they would prioritize working on the illegal and non-system routes first?
Yes, so appreciate the question, Commissioner. So yeah, we share these wildlife comments with them ahead of we do a grant presentation. It's a 3-day process with that subcommittee, and we present them. We ask them to respond. You can find the responses at the end of the action item, but they all have said, yes, we understand this. We're going to go through that process and continue to prioritize that. I think for a while there was a bit of a misconception that we did not want to see kind of those restoration projects go through this process, and so that's something we've tried to clean up that misconception with federal staff. Also recognizing there's quite a bit of turnover these days to say here's kind of a reorientation to the program and the types of things we'd want to look at.
Okay. Well, I'll limit myself to one last question. Going forward, my sense is that, prior to recent times, Forest Service and BLM always had a maintenance backlog on their trails, and they also always had trails that aren't on their maps, illegal or non-system routes, whatever terminology you want to use. My sense is that problem's only going to get worse with funding cuts, loss of staff, and if we, rather than building new trails, we should reallocate our budget from competitive, which could be a new trail, to good management, which is taking care of what we have already got on the ground and trying to actually get what's on the ground to reflect what's actually allowed under various plans rather than what's just informally created. So I'm just asking if going forward we might shift more money to the maintenance, good management bucket than the construction.
Sure. I really appreciate that question because that's definitely a conversation we're having, and it's kind of why I pointed out that if you look at the maintenance overall, what folks are doing, we've definitely begun that shift, and I think it's an important distinction. So good management, they can also build new trails. So that is not necessarily just maintenance. And when competitive, it's very similar for our crews that are going through there. There are a bunch of maintenance crews that are in there. So it's not quite with the non-motorized, we have that very distinct, this is construction, this is maintenance, this is the planning, those different buckets. Here in that competitive, it's kind of a catch-all. So I think what we're going to continue to do is make sure that maintenance number, and this is something I think the OHV community can proudly say they recognized many years ago that they needed to put more funding to, well, first off, to create the need for funding. I always want to make sure I'm pointing that out, that all of this money is user generated. But they've already recognized that need. So I think the good management shift is not necessarily going to get that goal, but I think the overall what you're asking is what the State Trails Committee, what the OHV users and subcommittees are also talking about, that we make sure that the maintenance is there, and then when it's construction, it's at the right time, the right place that we know can actually be built out. And I think that uncertainty is something that's hanging over all our heads right now.
Okay, thank you, Frederick.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Chair May. I just wanted to say congratulations and good job on really good presentation, but also thank you for making lemonade out of grapefruits. I think it's really important to note that, through all the turbulent funding issues and all the things not only the state is facing, but the federal government is facing, I think you came up with a really good solution. And, I would honestly say that using the Youth Corps and organizations like that are probably better because not only are you utilizing kids and young people who are going to get really good experiences, but you're mobilizing the next generation of leaders in, Colorado Parks and Wildlife and, trail maintenance and all the things and all the skill sets that they get from that. So I think the unintended consequence of that is major for our state. So thank you for doing that, and God bless you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Anybody else? Any comments or questions? This is an action item. Commissioner Bailey. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks so much, Fletcher, for all the updates. Thanks also for chatting with me about some of the issues that I had in reading it. And then also, just want to reemphasize our thanks to the AWMs, DWNs, regional managers who provide that really helpful feedback so that we can, address these concerns that Commissioner touched and raised as they come up. So yeah, kudos all around. And yeah, I'd like to move that we approve the OHV recommendations for funding as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. I'm going to go, Commissioner Reading was up, but it switched.
That's
there you
right.
go,
I
Commissioner
was just going
Reading.
to second that motion.
Okay. Commissioner Touchton.
I was going to second it as well, but
Sorry, you're too late.
I did have one last question for Fletcher, which is not to delay our voting on this, but the $25.25, the 25 cents is the search and rescue fund. We have had conversations about increasing the 25 cents. I just wondered if you had an update on our search and rescue funding.
Appreciate the question, and I'm going to slowly stall to see if one of my colleagues is waiting. But yes, that is a conversation that's ongoing. I do want to recognize, though, that it is, of course, beyond just the OHV. So that is snowmobile, of course, hunters and anglers. So that's a larger conversation. So, well, I know a little bit, just enough to be dangerous to know that conversation's happening. I don't want to speak on the specifics, hoping that someone's walking up behind me to provide that detail. And just like that, he appeared.
Good morning, and darn you, Fletcher Jacobs, Ty Petersburg, Chief of Law Enforcement, Assistant Director of Field Services. Just to clarify the question, it was an update on the search and rescue fee. Was that what it was?
About increasing it to.
Yeah, thank you. So we have started that process. It's still in the early stages, but we're discussing that with our search and rescue council, and Perry Boydston, our program manager, is working through that as well. We just want to make sure we have a full stakeholder process and backing from the community to go down this route. There's a lot happening right now in the backcountry search and rescue world, and we're just trying to make sure we have those, we're juggling those balls correctly, and but that is coming, yes, sir. We're hoping that we'll have something for you by next winter, is my hope.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Robinson.
I'm sorry, Chair. One last question. How do we track completion of projects and after the funds are distributed in timelines?
Appreciate the question, Commissioner. So we work very closely with our 4 regional trails coordinators. We do inspections every year. We also hire a seasonal crew that traditionally had just been law enforcement. Now, with all the increasing demands, we're actually having them help us do these inspections. So for our good management crews, those get closed out every year. So we go out, do as many as we can. We make sure we do it at least every 3 years, the specific work plan on the ground. We try to get all of them every year. That we also ask for their work plans. We go through those with these are long 3-day subcommittees because they are very interested in that. So we work through those. For those competitive or kind of project grants, those are 3-year grants. So we will walk out, have those conversations, but it's pretty much ongoing. When we bring up our applicants to talk about what they're asking for, what'd you do last year? What do you plan on doing this season? And what's this asked for? We walk through exactly where those dollars go. And I know my PowerPoint disappeared. I can see it on my screen. What's amazing to me when we go out and have those conversations is the OHV users, how proud they are of that sign that says OHV dollars at work. It sounds like such a small thing, but that's something they had asked for. And when you go to those trailheads, you can see them. And it's one of those things where I say it, they police themselves, that they see if someone's out there who doesn't have that sticker, who doesn't have, the permit or the actual registration, say, hey, what's going on? These are where these dollars go. That connection's so powerful. And again, I think that's why this program's pretty special.
Thank you, Chair, for the last question.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Seeing no further discussion, we have a motion we'll vote on. I think we can take a voice vote. All those in favor of the proposed motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank you, Fletcher. We'll now move into our agenda item number 19, which is CPW's Habitat Conservation and Connectivity Plan. And we'll have Casey Cooley and Michelle Cowerden come forward, please.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Good morning, directors, wildlife commissioners. I'm Casey Cooley, the Habitat Conservation Team Supervisor and co-lead of the Habitat Conservation and Connectivity Plan.
Good morning, I'm Michelle Corden. I'm the Wildlife Movement Coordinator for CPW.
Well, we're happy to be here today to present this informational item to you. Very excited and grateful to be finishing up this planning process. Wanted to provide a little bit more details about the plan, and hopefully by the end of the day, you'll understand where we've been and where we're hoping to go. I view this as CPW's opportunity to identify and start to work towards habitat objectives at a more meaningful scale. I see the results of this planning process being CPW's roadmap related to habitat conservation and as the habitat conservation team's work plan. I also think that this is a valuable communication tool to our conservation partners on where CPW thinks are the most important places to protect and the most appropriate places for habitat restoration. The benefits of this planning process are not only the products and the plan, but the exercise itself. The hope is that this allows CPW to become more focused from a habitat perspective. In addition, we're optimistic that the planning products produced by this plan will be useful to other CPW programs and to our conservation partners. We're here today to talk about this planning effort because of these three documents. Our strategic plan asks for this type of plan. Governor Polis's executive order asks us to prioritize big game winter range and migration corridors. It also asked us to develop a big game status report and a DNR opportunity report. Both of these reports recommend developing a statewide habitat conservation and connectivity plan. As you all know, our strategic plan is what guides our agency. In that plan, our first goal asks us to conserve wildlife and its habitats. It instructs us to identify priority habitats and to work with people at a landscape scale. It also asks us to try to incorporate this information into the land use planning process. The DNR Opportunity Report recommends that we identify landscapes and develop recommendations for future funding and programmatic priorities. It asks us to consider development pressure, climate, and animal movements. In thinking through this process, we've added some additional criteria because we see other needs that this type of plan might help CPW. We've added other wildlife species besides big game that we prioritize through actions like the SWAP, our State Wildlife Action Plan, and our mitigation requirements related to Senate Bill 181. We've also added a stakeholder engagement process because we feel the need to include our stakeholders in order for this process to succeed. To speak to the considerations of integrating other wildlife planning efforts, as you all know, and was just mentioned, we have a lot of planning efforts either ongoing or finishing up. We have the SWAP, the SCORP, regional partnerships, and our outdoor strategy. Those planning efforts focus on either species of greatest conservation need or recreation, or in the last two cases, balancing recreation and habitat protection. Our plan is unique because it's asking a slightly different question. We're more interested in identifying areas that need habitat restoration and habitat protection. The habitat protection or habitat conservation piece is where we overlap with a lot of these different planning efforts. For the HCCP purposes, habitat conservation means identifying lands protected that we can protect through either fee title purchase or through the use of conservation easements. At the beginning of this process, we developed an internal working group to bounce ideas off of and to help decide important elements of the spatial planning process. As you see here, this is a cross-section of folks within CPW talking about habitat protection and habitat restoration. I think that is an improvement from where we've been in the past, working and planning together across the agency on the topic of habitat. We've had monthly meetings with this group and bi-weekly meetings with the Colorado Natural Heritage Program to try to keep this process going. We've evaluated different potential data sources to use, what wildlife species to use, and we've received help from CNHP on how best to conduct the analysis. Stakeholder engagement has also been part of this process. We started by asking help from our public involvement staff, who helped us with some initial stakeholder framing, and then we went out to our conservation partners and explained what we hope to accomplish with this planning process. And then we asked them how they wanted to engage. Some of them wanted to participate, while others wanted just to be informed. Roughly 27 different partner organizations participated in this 2-year planning process. We've held 3 stakeholder meetings and conducted several stakeholder surveys, trying to solicit their input on questions related to what wildlife species to use, what spatial products they find useful, what habitat restoration techniques they implement, and what spatial scales they prefer to work at. The internal working group decided at the beginning of this process on some guiding principles. We agreed that this plan would be science-based. We didn't just want people circling where they thought were the most important places in Colorado. We had several discussions about whether to lead with wildlife or lead with Colorado's vegetation types. It was ultimately decided that habitat is a species-specific question and that we should lead with wildlife. There is also a desire to try to incorporate the data that we collect to inform this process. We wanted it to be statewide in scale and repeatable so that we could use statewide spatial data layers. And then lastly, we wanted the products of this planning process to be available and used for all people. The planning process started in the spring of 2023 and will occur in 2 phases. Phase 1 is what we're finishing up right now. Phase 1 is just selecting priority landscapes in relation to habitat conservation and habitat restoration that CPW wants to start or continue to work in. The deadline for Phase 1 was supposed to be June 2024, and we ran into some delays and had to ask for a bit of an extension until December 25, sorry. Happy to report that we've completed all steps of Phase 1 of the planning process and have a draft plan that hopefully you guys have seen and spent some time with. Now I'm going to hand it off to Michelle, who's going to walk you through the spatial data layers that make up what we refer to as the habitat conservation and restoration model.
Give me the mouse. Thank you. And Casey was right, it was 24.
Yeah.
Because we're in 25.
That's right.
I forgot what year. All right, thank you. Today, I'm going to provide a high-level overview of the data and modeling process that we use to develop the habitat priority and intactness layers that then fed into the final habitat conservation and connectivity map that was used to select our priority landscapes. Oops. Let me do this. I will start with the habitat priority portion of the modeling process that consists of 4 parts. The first model that we generated was the landscape resistance model. Basically, we wanted to determine how wildlife, regardless of the species, might move through the state based on a resistance layer using 5 different dispersal scales, or scales ranging from 2.5 to 50 miles. The process used the CNHP Landscape Disturbance Index layer and Omniscape modeling techniques. Areas with greatest disturbance tend to restrict or resist permeability more. The 5 different scales represent different animal guilds with varying dispersal capabilities. Here I am showing the 2.5 and 50-mile scale results. All 5 scales were aggregated into a single statewide layer shown here. The darker blue areas have low movement potential. Gray areas are free moving or low restriction areas, and the yellow areas are concentrated movement areas, which represent where movement is pinched or restricted. The next step in the habitat priority portion of the analysis was the least cost pathways model. This was specifically developed for mule deer and elk. For this analysis, we wanted to determine the path deer or elk might use based on variables derived from our modeled movement data. We started with our modeled Brownian Bridge movement data and various landscape habitat variables. Using a random forest supervised classification technique, a unique permeability surface was created for mule deer and elk. We started with 15 possible variables and narrowed those down to 4 variables used to create the statewide permeability surface for mule deer and elk that you see here. Darker areas have lower permeability potential and lighter areas have higher permeability potential for migrating herds. You might notice that alpine areas are darker on this map, on these maps. This is because most of our herds use this area for summering and therefore were not identified as migration corridors. This does not mean that these habitats are not important, just that the model did not identify them as migration habitats based on our mapped migration data. We then used those surface layers to perform a least cost corridor analysis to identify the likely movement corridors based on a general start and end location from our statewide species activity map data for deer and elk migration corridor layers. The last 2 pieces of the habitat priority section were the conservation overview and the TNC landscape diversity data layers. The conservation overview layer was generated by stacking and weighing existing range data from these 12 listed species. Darker shades represent higher species conservation values due either to greater overlap from contributing species, species distribution, and/or presence of more heavily weighted species ranges. Species and weights were selected based on feedback from CPW staff and stakeholders and spatial data availability. The Nature Conservancy's Resilient and Connected Landscape Diversity layer identifies resiliency to environmental changes based on geophysical diversity and was the statewide layer we used to represent climate change resiliency. The expectation is that more diverse areas offer a wider range of habitats and microclimates that provide a buffer to changing conditions and therefore supporting more biodiversity. Values range from very low, which are developed and less diverse areas, shown in black, to high areas with greatest landscape diversity potential and opportunities to support more biodiversity, shown in the dark orange. These 4 layers, the landscape resistance model, the least cost pathways, species conservation overview, and the TNC landscape diversity layers, were all combined to form the habitat priority branch of the final model. The dark blue areas were identified as the lowest habitat priority locations, while the yellow identifies areas with the highest habitat priority for this step of the process. The habitat priority stage of the process will feed into the final model with habitat intactness information. The habitat intactness portion of the process combines landscape disturbance, vegetation condition classes, and insect damage. The CNHP Landscape Disturbance Index, or LDI, focuses on anthropogenic disturbance sources that have been mapped statewide and acknowledges that the effect of these disturbances on wildlife species decrease with increasing distance from the mapped footprint. The mapped disturbances include development, roads, trails, mapped energy developments, and other native land disturbances. Values range from 0 to 1, with 0 being the lighter areas with minimal disturbance, and 1 or darker areas representing maximum disturbance. The vegetation condition class layer is a proxy for relative habitat intactness and represents the current vegetation's degree of departure from its natural state. It is a product from the U.S. Forest Service land fire vegetation layer. Low represents minimal disturbance from native habitats to extreme that includes maximum disturbance from native habitats. Finally, we wanted to account for the impacts to our forest habitats by using the Colorado State Forest Service 2023 insect damage layer that records forest pests and diseases. These 3 layers were combined to develop the habitat intactness portion of the model. Now Casey will talk about the final product that was created by joining the habitat priority and the habitat intactness layers.
Thanks, Michelle. So like Michelle alluded to, we combined the habitat intactness layer with the habitat priority layer. We tried 15 different iterations of this model, tweaking different parameters along the way. This was an exercise that the internal working group and CNHP worked through over the course of a couple months. We asked them to they would provide a model to us, we would discuss it, and then we ask them to group vegetation differently or weigh a parameter different. Or we, in some cases, ask them to change the where a spatial data layer came in as far as on which axis. And then at one point, we asked them to split the state and reclassify the state. At the end of the day, this is the model. This is the model that that the internal working group agreed that represented the state well. How this model works is this: in essence, there's for each pixel in the state for habitat priority and habitat intactness, they get a score, and those scores overlay. Generally speaking, the areas in blue are where we have landscapes that are still native and intact, that have higher densities of priority wildlife species, higher topographic diversity, and higher permeability. Areas in orange are where we have high habitat priority, but low habitat intactness, and these are areas that represent habitat restoration opportunities. The areas in light yellow or cream are areas where we have high habitat intactness, but lower values for habitat priority. These are areas that have lower densities of wildlife species, lower topographic diversity, and lower permeability. This is the model that we use to help select landscapes to move to what we call the local watershed planning effort. If you remember from our guiding principles, we wanted it to be statewide in scale, repeatable in process, and to use our wildlife data. Our internal working group thought defining landscapes with ecological boundaries was most desired. However, some of our stakeholder surveys and staff showed some preference to using both ecological boundaries and administrative boundaries. We ultimately decided to use the 8-digit watershed boundary. We felt that this was a standard ecological boundary that most people could understand. It represents a scale that's big enough that captures our priority wildlife species movements, and also a scale small enough that we could measure conservation uplift in a meaningful way. So the model helps us compare different places to each other, but it doesn't select the priority for us. And so we came up with asking these conservation questions of the spatial model to help us arrive at priority landscapes. Our stakeholder surveys expressed interest on having priority landscapes identified separately for habitat conservation and habitat restoration. Not that you can't achieve both in the same landscape, but people thought that it was just a clearer message and a more focused management effort. These 3 questions are how we approach ranking the watersheds, and we feel like it's the most objective way to prioritize. The ranking is based on total acres for each category of our model within each specific watershed. The higher the acreage value, the higher the priority. So for the first question related to land conservation, this is where we want to identify areas that we could use fee title purchase or conservation easements as a conservation tool. In essence, what this question is asking is, where is the most light blue and blue intersecting private lands? Each of these conservation questions provides a spatial output that we then tally and rank by total acres for each watershed. The second question is related to habitat restoration opportunities. In essence, what we're asking is, where is the most orange in proximity to the most light blue and blue within these landscapes? The third question, defend landscapes, is a question in response to our stakeholder outreach that stated that the majority of stakeholders view commenting on the public land management process through NEPA is how they engage in this work. So we asked the question, where is the most light blue and blue intersecting public lands? So I'm going to walk through a couple maps here that give a spatial output or a geographic output for each of these conservation questions that shows you where the highest priority watersheds are located in the state. For the conservation question, here's the spatial output for that answer. To orient you to the map, the yellow areas are the top 10 priority watersheds for that conservation question. The areas in army green are the next set of 10 watersheds for that conservation question. And then for the areas starting with dark blue, grading to light blue, where lightest blue is the lowest priority watershed for that conservation question. So here's the spatial output for where the highest restoration opportunities exist. Same color palette, same interpretation of the map. And then here's the spatial output for defending landscapes, where we want to prioritize public land use commenting and public lands partnerships. So you can prioritize by these individual questions if that's what your focus and your workflow is, but we decided to try to combine them together to see where there was private lands opportunities, public land management opportunities, and restoration opportunities. And so like a golf score or a cross-country score, we basically took the priority ranking for each conservation question and just added them together or combined them together for that watershed to get a total ranking. That total ranking, we took the lowest total ranking, and that is the highest priority watershed. So I know that that's a lot to kind of think through, but I just wanted to point out in your plan that was provided to you guys, you have these spatial output maps, but you also have the tables related to each of the each of the conservation questions. So if you're interested in where your local watershed shakes out for a particular conservation question, you can use that with by looking at the tables. So our internal working group knew that if we wanted to engage local partners and engage local staff, we needed to think through how to how to come up with the watersheds that we wanted to work in. So we brainstormed some alternatives that you see here, and then asked our internal working group and our executive management team what they preferred. We considered things like work capacity or staff capacity, our operational plan goals and whether we can achieve our operational plan goals within these watersheds, financial commitment, and our stakeholder input. All these alternatives we feel meet our guiding principles of the process. So in essence, what we can do, if you look at the left-hand side of the screen, you could take just the combined ranking, top 4 ranking. If you were concerned about staff capacity or financial commitment, you could take that down and get two watersheds. To honor our stakeholder input, who they identified having ecological boundaries and administrative boundaries, we developed an alternative by taking the top watershed per CPW region, which is a fairly important administrative boundary for us. And then also to honor stakeholder outreach that wanted that focus, you could take the top watershed per conservation question. And so we presented that to our internal work group and our executive management team, and independently, they both arrived at the same preference of the top watershed by CPW region. So those are the 4 landscapes that we'll move forward to in what we refer to as the local watershed planning. So what the local watershed planning effort is essentially what we want to do is we want to drill down within these priority landscapes that you see identified in purple and talk about habitat restoration goals and objectives and habitat conservation goals and objectives. This is not part of our outreach and part of our stakeholdering. A lot of people express concern about this taking the place of other conservation programs that we have at CPW. And I just want to state that it's never our intent to replace existing CPW programs. Things like our Corners for Conservation program or our wetland program or HPP or any of those things. All those programs still maintain their focus. I think we need to think about this as just trying to make a concerted effort to engage local landowners, local stakeholders, and try to work together collaboratively to have more conservation uplift in the landscape. So I wanted to highlight what we call the dashboard. This is a companion document that we're working to share. You guys have seen the top 4 watersheds and the dashboard for the top 4 watersheds. I just wanted to highlight that we have a companion document that goes through how to interpret each of the graphics that you see on this slide. And it also goes through every watershed within the state. And this is to try to honor our stakeholder input of trying to provide them information. Not everybody's GIS savvy or has GIS programming to explore our data like we do. And so we wanted to just provide some basic information to them related to their individual watersheds that could help kind of frame or structure the conversations and kind of move them along as far as what are the important management actions within that watershed. Both the plan and the dashboard will be shared on CPW's website, and all of the spatial data layers will be shared on Codex so that people who are GIS savvy can explore those data layers. So now I just want to talk through what we're thinking at the local level. First, we want to engage local partners. A lot of local people haven't been involved in the statewide HCCP process, and so we want to spend some time to kind of set that collaborative table with them, do presentations like this where we explain how we got to these local areas. But ultimately, what we're hoping to do in these landscapes is have structured conversations about what they think is limiting the wildlife populations or the wildlife priority populations within the area. And then we want to try to tie those limiting factors to our management actions and what type of habitat restoration we want to do and what type of conservation we want to do to connect the landscape and those kinds of things. So ultimately, we're hoping to, over the course of this next year, continue that collaboration at the local scale, and hopefully by this time next year have what we call an implementation plan for each of those watersheds. That's agreed upon, kind of shared, and hopefully people will share in the implementation of that. One thing that we heard a lot from stakeholders during our process was there was a little bit of reluctance and a little bit of concern that this was regulatory or heavy-handed from a land protection perspective. I just want to address that a little bit. At CPW in the habitat space, we're always working in that space collaboratively with people. From a habitat restoration perspective, our recommendations are always voluntary and try to be incentive-based to try to work with people to make management changes that are beneficial to wildlife. From the land conservation space, we're always operating on the willing seller, willing buyer type of framework. And so none of this, I hope that relieves some people's concern about this being maybe a bit heavy-handed. So with that, before we open it up to questions, I just wanted to publicly thank Michelle. Michelle has her own full-time job, and this was something that I approached her to be co-lead on this process with, and she committed to this process. I don't think she realized that it was 2.5 years. I don't think she realized that it was many nights and some weekends to try to get this to the finish line, but I just want to publicly thank Michelle for all of her hard work and commitment to this. I also want to thank our internal working group who they also have their additional jobs, and hopefully they can see some value in where their input was taken and tried to be dovetailed into this plan. And then finally, our stakeholders. This isn't their job. This is voluntary for them for the most part, and they stuck with it for a couple years trying to provide us input, and so just want to publicly acknowledge them as well. So with that, happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Casey. Tremendous work. I mean, I could study that and study it, so I appreciate it, and I hope that will be used extensively in the future. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. Thank you. Great presentation and great work. I'm really happy to see this, and you put a lot of time into this, and it definitely shows. and I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes from here also. We definitely have a lot of areas out there that need our support, and you've highlighted that, so thank you.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair Marion, and thank you, Casey and Michelle. That it's really excellent. I found reading this last night much preferable to watching the Nuggets game. So it's really good. And I think Commissioner Haskett and I were sitting here talking to each other that some of the areas I know we both love in the Northwest and the Southeast, respectively, did rather well in your analysis, and so that was also refreshing, because I think some of our corners of the state get forgotten sometimes, or get targeted by renewables or whatever, and so this is really nice to see. I did, as you go forward, I just had a couple questions. I guess one's more like a comment, but if this will inform the habitat stamp committee's work, particularly with private land conservation, and you're nodding in agreement. Okay. And then my other, just to return to where I began yesterday with Brian Dreer, we should really have an elk DAU, since Casey just asked what's limiting wildlife in the purgatory. And I would have to put our elk hunting on one of the factors that's limiting the number of wildlife in that area. So.
Well, thank you all for the kind words. It's really good to be at the end of this and have people value it. So I really appreciate that. Related to your question of the Habitat Stamp Committee, it's already in the works to try to give more value to our priority areas through the Habitat Stamp and our RFP process. And so Amanda and I and some others are working through what those questions are and how to frame them. But they will, for people that want to work with us, either fee title or conservation easements, they will get value for being in a priority landscape. And in some cases, some of those blue areas and that type of thing. We're trying to work through that though. So, another thing I guess I would comment on is it's already really cool to see how it's being used. We're using it, my team is already using it to talk about our annual budget and how we prioritize work and how we want to move forward as a unit. We've also already used it related to the NRCS's Big Game Initiative. They came to us about 6 months ago, and they wanted to, do what they've been doing in Wyoming and Idaho related to land protection and wildlife movement projects for private landowners. And so this was a great example of, we already had our priority landscapes selected, and we made the recommendation that they use our top 2 priority landscapes, the Upper Yampa and the Purgatory. And so through that NRCS process, landowners now get additional value if they fall within those landscapes. So a bit of program aligning, which is really nice to see. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. Thanks. I'm going to echo comments you've already heard about this. This is excellent work. And I wish that I hadn't read it a week ago and saved it for last night as well, because that would have been much preferable. I want to echo what we've heard from one of our commenters yesterday, and that is that this plan does assume that public lands are all protected, and we didn't know what going into this, of course, and over the years that might not be the case going forward. And so I'm wondering how easy it is to maybe change that parameter in your models, and maybe have a range of protected areas, like wilderness areas and national parks hopefully will stay protected, but we already know some of these lands are up for sale, some public lands in, I think it's Utah and Nevada, and I'm wondering if that might happen to some of our lands. So I'm just wondering how easy it is to manipulate the models and maybe add in some variability in that protected area status, as not just assuming that they're all the same level of protection. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Bailey.
I think there was a response.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Sorry about that. But yeah, thanks for the comment. It's not super easy to redo this, but what I will say is in that dashboard, one of the graphics in that dashboard, the bubble chart in particular, is something that we borrowed from the outdoor strategy that addresses exactly what you're speaking about, Commissioner Reading. And it's starting to have the more nuanced conversation of how well protected it is, kind of thing. And so it's in there, but it's very kind of interpretive or cryptic on how you interpret it. But the intent of that bubble chart is, if the bubble is bigger and it's in very good protected, that would be like a wilderness area type of thing that's, you know, tied to some legislation or something like that versus just regular old public land or state land or something like that. So it's kind of there, but not probably as informative as it could be.
Director Davis.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I can go after the commissioners. I just have some comments before we close out.
Well, go ahead, sir. We have the mic.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank both of you and the team around you that really put this together. And I said this yesterday. I'll continue to say it because it's really true. Yeah, you could argue I'm biased, but the quality of the people we have and their passion for our mission are very evident. And the two of you are very good examples of just phenomenal people doing pretty amazing work. The scientific rigor that goes into this, hopefully people are digesting that. I also want to say, like, we don't do anything alone, right? And we saw a massive list of stakeholders that we engaged throughout this process. And I think that really helps expand the influence of the work that we're doing together to result in real outcomes on the ground. Also, like, I think sometimes we hear, oh, you're just a big game agency. That's not true. That's never been true. While that is an important aspect of what the agency does, it's one little slice of what we do. And we can't do our mission without this type of work that really helps us identify where we have healthy ecosystems, identify where we have opportunities to restore the health to ecosystems. And that is really where we're going to get the wildlife conservation, not just for us today, but those future generations, right? There's a lot of opportunity out there. And then lastly, as an agency that's constantly trying to restore the planks on the bridge between urban and rural communities, when I look at these maps, I see our rural landowners doing really good stewardship, not just the public lands, but our rural landowners doing really good stewardship that are lighting up these maps as, hey, these are the good places to continue that stewardship and restore where there's some possibility. But I just want to elevate what our rural landowners actually do and all the benefits, quite frankly, that we all get from their presence on the landscape and their stewardship actions. And that's very evident in the maps. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks. I was going to mostly say that, so I'll just echo the thanks for this incredibly sort of robust and detailed and large-scale effort, and specifically the sort of skill with which you align the best available data and these really complex statistical models with stakeholder needs and perspectives and values. And so I just wanted to highlight that piece of it specifically, and then the potential educational opportunity, both in having this dashboard available for everyone to learn about what habitat looks like across the state, but also, you know, I'm going to send this to students who are interested in similarly, right, aligning stakeholder needs with different, you know, modeling approaches. And so I think it's also educational for that purpose as well. So just wanted to echo my thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Anybody online? One comment I had, Senate Bill 24-212, which was renewable energy and the effect on local governments. I think one of the requirements of that bill is that CPW provide their high priority habitat map in June of 25. And I wondered how this might interplay with that.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think right now we're working through with DOLA and others to try to figure out what that process looks like. And this is one of many plans that I think they're trying to evaluate to see if there's some use there or not. And so I think it's kind of to be determined, but it's in the thought process, and in our land use staff have already kind of inquired about it.
So Casey, right now they're two separate maps. I mean, they're not married at all.
Yep.
It seems to me like it would be prudent to overlay them. I don't know, but I mean, the work you've done here looks to me to be more relevant to the effects of energy development on the state than I've been told at times that our high priority habitat map basically is a map of the whole state. Obviously, what you have is not that. It's much more detailed, and that just looks to me like it'd be extremely useful for Senate Bill 212. Any other comments? Okay, I much appreciate it. It was a great presentation. I look forward to studying this at length. Thank you. Yeah, we have public comment.
Thank you, Chair May. We do have one in-person public comment on this. If Deborah Taylor could come up, please. We had some virtual comments signed up as well, but they have not logged on.
I'd like to say thank you also for that presentation. It was awesome, and I hope that map is going to be accessible online. Hi, my name's Deborah Taylor. I'm an outdoors person. My equipment is a cane, a backpack, binoculars, and a camera. Colorado has more bird watchers based on national numbers of 96 million. I believe some time and space needs to be given to us. The best time for birding in Colorado is during March to May for the spring migration and August through October for fall migration. Spring offers a diverse range of migratory birds, while fall provides unique opportunities to observe the birds before they head south for the winter. Recently, while birding in Patagonia, Chile, I watched the gauchos keep the herd moving slowly along. Occasionally, a cow would drop a calf. It was late in the year, but still, it was time they were dropping. Later, the herd was moved to a few hundred yards again, and with the help of livestock dogs and the two people on horseback. Then we saw a caracara bird, large, awesome looking, prehistoric looking, fly in and low and grab something quickly off the ground. It was the afterbirth. The pumas, foxes, and birds of prey also survive on, pardon if I butcher this, guanacos, afterbirth, which are like alpacas, or the injured or dying mammals that they take year-round. These are examples of coexistence by allowing nature to clean up. This is coexistence. This leads to a healthy ecosystem, and a healthy ecosystem leads to greater biological diversity. Keeping elk and deer separate from livestock allows for healthy deer and elk and predators to do what they evolved to do. This also makes herds more healthy. The Wildlife Habitat Program, I keep disappearing on here. The Wildlife Habitat Program should address wildlife conflicts, support private land conservation, and enhance the migration corridors, just as the Chilean ranchers coexist on their land. Thank you for listening and for your service.
Thank you. And we have actually had one of our virtual public commenters join, so if we could have Jen Clanahan pulled up, please. Jen, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you to Chair May, commissioners, and directors for the opportunity to comment this morning. I'm Jen Clanahan, the Executive Director of the Colorado Nature League. We're a coalition of scientists, conservationists, and nonprofit organizations championing Colorado's natural legacy. Our coalition represents more than 200,000 households across the state. My comments today are on the Habitat Conservation and Connectivity Plan. It is clear that a lot of work went into this plan, and we are thrilled to see that CPW is developing a science-based plan to protect wildlife habitat. As everyone in that room knows, protecting habitat, and in particular a connected network of habitat, is critical to protecting wildlife. This plan seems well thought out to protect the species that were at the center of this plan. Our question today does surround the other species found in the state, particularly the 159 species in Colorado that are at risk of significant decline or extinction. We hope that CPW, as they move forward with this plan, will consider adding in layers for other species, such as keystone species. What about those that don't move around the way deer and elk do? We did also have a question about the public lands that are that were all marked as conserved. It sounds like others have brought this issue up and it's being addressed, and hope that going forward there can be that level of distinction. Certainly, we have a great deal of concern under our current federal administration about the state of our federal lands. So that's it. I'll keep it short. But we're thrilled to see that the CPW is doing work to protect connected habitat. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Director, did you have any more comments for any commissioners with comments, questions? Okay, I think we are scheduled for a break, so it's 10:22. Let's return in 15 minutes. We'll return to order. Thanks, everybody. We'll get started back again on agenda item 22, our Navajo Manco State Park presentation. And Nolan, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Happy to be here and share. I'm Nolan Tappenden, Park Manager of Navajo, Mancos, and Little Mesa State Park. For today, I'm going to focus on Navajo and Mancos due to visitation in our user groups. In 2015, I started at Navajo State Park as a seasonal ranger. So if you'd have told me in 2023 that I'd be managing it, I'd have said you're crazy. So I literally spent my last dollar to get out here to work for CPW. I drove a 1999 Chevy Tahoe that somebody borrowed the catalytic converter off of that was missing paint to make it to my seasonal job. So it's been a pleasure and an honor to get to serve the people of Colorado and our visitors and to work at Navajo State Park in Mancos. So I'm happy to share. We'll start out with Navajo. Navajo State Park is located at the confluence of the San Juan and Piedra rivers. It is surrounded by cultural significance and high desert mountain views. Navajo Reservoir spans over 20 miles and 15,000 surface acres. The park is over 5,000 acres with 142 campsites. We have everything from basic show up tent camping to full hookups and 5 different areas of camping. We provide year-round recreation, and the Navajo Dam construction of 1962 was aimed to provide irrigation, flood control, water storage, and domestic water supply, and the irrigation water for the Navajo Nation. The Bureau of Reclamation owns the land of Navajo State Park, and CPW is tasked with managing the recreation. Navajo State Park was opened in 1964. So who has lived here? The left picture is a picture of Chimney Rock, which is nearby Navajo State Park, and the right picture is a picture from the Southern Ute website. The area falls within the ancestral homelands of the Ute people, ancestral Pueblo people, and Dene people. Tribal nations still visit the land beyond recreation, such as hunting, fishing, gathering, and repatriations. Southern Ute has collected cottonwood trees for Sundance corrals, and both parks fall within the Bruneau Agreement area, which overlaps Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Ute. And I encourage you to visit the Ute Mountain Ute and Southern Ute respective websites for more information and their history. Later, the towns of Rosa, Tiffany, Crocus, and Arbalise were either totally displaced or moved when they flooded that valley to put in the irrigation. When the water goes down, you can still see some of those foundations. So on the left's Rosa, Tiffany, Arbalise, and Crocus. So those are the old pictures from the Pagosa Library, and also can see at the Terra Community Center in Arbalise. Top attractions for the park. Navajo is obviously very heavily boating use, and our visitation fluctuates based on high water years compared to low. Like I said, we have 142 camping sites and something for everybody from basic all the way to full hookups. We have rental boats, fishing. I think like on a normal Saturday, like we'll inspect around 450 vessels. So it's very boater oriented. If we don't have water, our visitation suffers. If it goes up, we have a big increase. Like last year was a great water year. We had a 30,000 increase in visitation from the year before. This year being lower, it could be a lot lower. We also offer hunting on the park. We have a watchable wildlife area and birding. We have over 200 birds on Navajo State Park. We have a birding book, so if you're into birding, it's a great place. I recommend San Brito Wetlands, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. So visitation, 2024 was 309,000. That was up from 282,000 the year before. And if you look in that picture, it's from a low water year. You can see like all our mooring buoys are like getting grounded when the water goes out. Updates to the park. We had a grant and a partnership with Ducks Unlimited to upgrade San Brito wetlands. There's additionally 5 ponds that did not exist. This creates habitat not only for migrating waterfowl, but a lot of riparian species. And if you look at my top right picture, you can kind of see some of that far water is New Mexico. So by providing these 5 ponds, it gives people in Colorado access to birding, duck hunting that was only available on the New Mexico side. So like we're pulling over some of those natural resources by these irrigation pond projects at San Bernardino wetlands. Extended courtesy dock, new lighting with the lower water levels to keep our marina operating smoothly and provide guests access to the water. We had to extend our mooring field and our courtesy docks to be able to just reach the water. Improved campgrounds and landscaping, irrigation projects. We have a lot of infrastructure. If you came out to the park, I would say it ain't what you see, it's what you don't see on a lot of the improvements we've made over the last few years. And then one of the other pictures is repaired seasonal housing. There's 2 houses on the park that allow us to, it's a great resource because we can, 6 people a year we can bring in from out of state or need housing to work for us. Some challenges, the park again, built in 1960s, so we have aging infrastructure, staffing levels, increased vegetation, low water levels, and more. If you look at like a maintenance perspective, I have 3 full-time park resource technicians and 3 rangers, if you count me. So that's roughly, like 1 park resource technician per 100,000 visitors, or 1 ranger for 100,000, like for our law enforcement needs. Yes, our visitation is roughly 300,000, and I have 3 park resource technicians that are full time, and same, I have 3 rangers if you count me, and I'm usually not out in the field. So like you roughly got like 1 to 100,000 full time people helping manage. And Navajo is a huge park. I mean, we got lift stations. We own the marina. It's a state-owned marina. We have a water treatment plant and 10-day use areas. So like it's spread out. If you were to drive the park, it'd probably take you 4 hours if you don't talk to nobody. Because between the different areas and have to drive to them, like it's not like a central location. It's spread out. So the future, we are working on building FTE housing, shade shelters. I'm hoping in the future, like about at least 1/3 of our sites will have a shade shelter. We're working on landscaping and planting like 200 trees, but trees take time. So in the short term, man-made shelled shelters, because it is high desert. It gets pretty hot in the summer. And the road and parking lot needs improvement, so that's on our 5 years plan. It's just the park's getting old enough that some of those structures are starting to break down. So, Manco State Park, our operating cost is $110,000. We have 1 FTE, Nathan in the back, 4 temporary staff, and 4 volunteers. Mancos became part of the Colorado Park System in 1987. It is near the San Juan Skyway and surrounded by the majestic San Juan mountain range. Manco State Park is Southwest Colorado's go-to spot for fishing, paddle sports, and hiking. Horseback rides are also a favorite at the park. Manco State Park encompasses 553 acres, 32 basic campsites, and 2 yurts. 5 miles of trail lead to the U.S. Forest Service, ultimately leading to the Durango to Denver Trail. The dam provides irrigation water, municipal water to Mesa Verde and the town of Mancos. The dam celebrated its 75th anniversary last summer. The property, like Navajo, is owned by the Bureau of Reclamation with CPW overseeing recreational management. Our neighbors at the Mancos Water Conservation District help manage the water resources. Mancos State Park is open year-round with limited camping in the off-season. So just to compare like numbers, I told you earlier that we might do 500 boat inspections in a day at Navajo. We had 125 for the whole summer at Mancos. So it's not non-motorized, but it is no wake. So my Navajo is more upbeat. It's like I don't want to say upbeat, but it's just got like a lot more power sports. So if you're looking for more like a paddle sports, we get a lot of families that enjoy coming out to Mancos because they don't have all the boat traffic. So who has lived here? Similar to Navajo, Ute people, ancestral Pueblo people, and Dene people. Something that was unique to, that's a picture of Mesa Verde. If you haven't been, I highly recommend it. It's crazy how those folks lived. The picture on the right is conscientious ejector camps. We're actually at Manco State Park, and it was part of the civilian public service. There was only 4 of these types of camps in Colorado, and camp number 111 constructed Jackson Gulch Dam in 1943. The camp was open for 3 years. It housed over 150 men, and it was one of the non-religious public service groups. If you visit civilianpublicservice.org, they also have a lot of cool pictures online that don't have time to share all of them today. But they were there. They also did irrigation control and also built a lot of the irrigation infrastructure that leads out of the park. Top attractions to the park: camping. We have 2 yurts, basic campsites. We don't have the full hookups like Navajo. Snow sports and fishing. Heath braided me until I stayed in that, so it was pretty cool to stay on that for an evening. On good snow years, we'll build 2 of them and you can rent one out, but we haven't been able to do it in 2 years because we haven't had snow. Like I said, paddle sports, we have a high usage of families fishing because we don't have the wake on the reservoir like nearby options. Base camp for cultural significance. You can visit Canyon of the Ancients that's nearby and Mesa Verde State Park, National Park, excuse me. And we're only 13 miles from Mesa Verde National Park, and it's only 18 minutes away. So I get a lot of folks that stay at the park before they visit the national park. So updates to the park: we have new trail maintenance, landscaping upgrades. We're in the process of building the offices. We currently don't even have office space. The visitor center that you see in the top left photo, that's a few years old. New volleyball net. We're working on new picnic areas for our visitors. I'm proud of, I like national parks, but I was also proud of the state parks. So if you look at our sign there, that's actually an outline of Sleeping Ute Mountain. So everybody knows the Mesa Verde outline, so I wanted to pay homage to that with our sign. So visitation in fiscal year 24 was 44,000. We don't have near the infrastructure the size of Navajo State Park. So you might think, 44,000 is not terribly high, but we're pretty much full the whole summer. Challenges: lack of FTE full-time staff. Right now we only have 1 ranger, if you don't count me. With the low water years, we've had a very short boating season where the water might not even reach the boat ramp. Aging road system, and basically our size. We can be at capacity, and since it's a smaller park, it can only serve so many people. So future, we look at widening the road. So basically it's a 1-lane road. We're looking to make it a 2-lane road. Planting trees. It's mainly a ponderosa forest with a lot of oak brush understory, so we have to mitigate that every few years and cut that back. That's a group picnic area, but we're also working on in the 5-year plan, an extended group picnic area and a scenic overlook that would look towards Mesa Verde and Sleeping Ute Mountain. So, any questions for me?
Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chairman. Thanks so much for that update. It's both really always great to hear about somebody who's sort of been raised in the CPW system and is excited to continue going. So that's great. And then also it's clear how much these parks mean to you. So just thanks so much for sharing. I wanted to ask, and I appreciate the sort of the historical context and the who lived here component of it. I wanted to ask if there have been any efforts or if there are any future efforts for more sort of partnerships with Southern Ute, Mountain Ute, or DNA tribes and communities around educational opportunities or opportunities to come onto the land and get that rematriation that we heard from leaders today and yesterday.
Yeah, I'd say continued outreach and just maintaining the relationships we've developed the last years and make sure those move forward. And the repatriations, were a big part of that. And it was cool that they included me on. It was a big part of my career being involved with that. Long overdue.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Commissioner Beaulieu.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for that presentation. I have a couple questions. I'll go in order. The first one is, I understand the Navajo Reservoir begins in Colorado and ends in New Mexico. So with 2/3 of the reservoir located in New Mexico, I was curious if this affects management at Navajo State Park. That's my first question. I'll stop there and then go to the next one.
Yeah, it can affect management. I mean, there's been years where the New Mexico side hasn't had many rangers. So when boats break down, boat accidents, I mean, it's not our jurisdiction, but we're not going to leave them. Like, we go get them. So yeah, it does affect operations, and it's like 33 miles from, like, if you figure like high water to high water, and like 22 miles to their dam. So like it's a long journey to get down there, and sometimes we have to do it. But yeah, like, as they have rangers and staff, like, we do work to have that relationship and jurisdiction overlap.
Thank you for that. And then my second question, you mentioned birding, obviously a passion of mine, big opportunity, it sounds like, at Navajo State Park. And recently there was a 2025 U.S. State of the Birds report. It was announced this past March, and it was pretty grim. The report reveals that there are just widespread continued declines with North American bird populations. Basically, bird populations in almost every habitat are on the decline. And so you mentioned the San Brito wetlands area and the birding opportunities. Do y'all conduct any bird counts, or do you monitor populations? If so, have you noticed any declines in trends or opportunities for further bird support and conservation?
Personally, anecdotally, I haven't noticed a decline. Not to say that there isn't one. We do have raptor monitoring. We just had somebody out monitoring burrowing owls. What's your president at San Brito? Long term, I might have to pass.
Yeah, I can't think of anything else to answer.
Yeah, I'm not going to make something up. I'm not sure the second part of your question.
No worries. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaulieu. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May, and thanks, Nolan. As Commissioner Bailey said, it's really cool hearing your journey from showing up and then ending up running the place, and I can tell you're into it. So that enthusiasm comes through. It's very refreshing.
Yeah.
I had just a couple questions. One is, I think, if I remember correctly, that my favorite resident of Navajo State Park might be the New Mexico meadow jumping mouse. It's a swap species, federally listed. And I'm wondering if you could speak to if you're doing any management to conserve its habitat or
yeah, we monitor that species, and that was like a big part of the San Brito wetlands, because like we had to make sure that we didn't harm their habitat, even though in the long run we made more habitat. But yes, they are monitored regularly.
Okay, thank you. And then you just mentioned you have burrowing owls. I was wondering if you have Gunnison's prairie dogs, or whose holes are the burrowing owls living in?
The prairie dogs.
Oh, okay. Gunnison's?
San Brito has quite a few, numerous prairie dogs.
Okay. All right.
And generally, we have found them on other areas of the park, but generally when they survey and find them regularly, it does at San Brito.
Very cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Robbins.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. It was so great to hear about your park, and I love your passion. I was wondering, you were talking about, I think Commissioner Bailey touched on the education piece. Do you all have any like plaques or signs up that talk about the Ute and Navajo Nation and just all the folks that were here before us?
We do have a few, and any new one we consult with the tribes to make sure everything's factual. And like the last sign, for instance, at the Washable Wildlife Area, like the Southern Ute artist did all the artwork for the sign.
Oh, that's awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Okay, anybody else? Director Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just keep piling on the thank you, Nolan, for your passion and for how you approach public service. It makes me proud, I know, and thank you for your leadership too in the region in supporting our parks staff and the contribution that they make. I say this every time we have a parks presentation, but our parks are a place on the landscape where our whole mission exists. And that's very clear, especially with the two parks that we just were presented, right? There's the outdoor recreation, there's the quality state parks, although we have work to do, which is important for us to pay attention to. There's the watchable wildlife, the birding, the hunting and fishing pieces. Like, so our whole mission exists on these parks, and I think that's a really important, and maybe I'm biased when I say this, but the parks, Colorado Parks and Wildlife allows us to do our whole mission, to serve our whole public, both residents and visitors, and there's a ton of value in that. I'm appreciative. It was one of the draws that I had for even applying for this position. Also, just thinking of as our population grows, and there's a really important balance here between new parks and all the investments and staffing that our existing parks need. And so I know we've had internal conversations about the need to develop a master plan for our park system. And we're excited to kind of get that underway. I think that'll also be something that we hear within our strategic plan feedback as well. And I know we've heard that loud and clear from our park managers across the system. Like, when do we decide to do new parks, and how are we going to fund and carry out our missions? How do we stay connected with the public about the opportunities our park system can provide that we may not already and or do more of? So again, I'm just really proud of our parks and our park staff. They're phenomenal public servants, and Nolan, thank you. You're a shining example of that. So thank you for your presentation and your service.
I appreciate it. And I'd also like to take time to thank my team, because I couldn't do it without them. All the way from the PowerPoint to the maintenance, the admin stuff. It's not a one-man show. I could not do it without them. So thank you for recognizing.
Thank you, Director. I guess that sums this up. Thanks very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We'll now move to, pardon me, the 21 Project 7 Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan. Patrick and Jessica.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners, Chair May, Director Davis. My name is Patrick Bachman, and I'm the Water Project Mitigation Coordinator for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And this morning we have a presentation outlining the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan submitted for your consideration by Jessica Johnson, the Environmental Project Manager for the Project 7 Regional Water Supply Project. After this presentation, I'll describe CPW staff work and position in reviewing this plan and briefly describe the state's Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan, statute, and process. Okay.
Hello all, thank you for your time. My name is Jessica Johnson. I'm part of Project 7's Owner's Advisor team for their Regional Water Supply Resiliency Program. First, I'd like to start with explaining who Project 7 is. This is a unique cooperative effort amongst 7 different entities to supply drinking water to the entire Uncompahgre Valley. Project 7 is a wholesale provider to the 6 entities shown on the screen, and they serve the customers directly. The map figure you see on the right-hand side is Project 7's service area. They serve 60,000 residents of the Uncompahgre Valley with 1 treatment plant, 1 source, and 1 transmission line. These multiple single points of failures put the valley at risk of drought, wildfire, and infrastructure failure. Project 7 has embarked on the Regional Resiliency Program to add a secondary treatment plant that is served by a secondary source to protect the valley from these risks. The elements of this resiliency program are threefold. First, we have the new raw water transmission line that will tie directly into Ridgeway Reservoir and convey water north to the new treatment site. Then we have the finished drinking water line that will tie from the new site and convey water north to tie into existing infrastructure. We also have the new treatment plant that is rated for a capacity of 6 MGD, or million gallons per day. The construction costs are estimated to be $153 million, and the mitigation costs are estimated to be $3 million. This project overlaps with 3 assets of CPW that have value and significance for wildlife resources. First, we have Puck Campground that has the highest visitation numbers on the western slope. We also cover a high priority habitat for wintering big game, and additionally, we have the popular Uncompadre sport fishery. The project team has worked with CPW staff to develop a mitigation plan that will avoid the impacts to popular recreation areas, Uncompadre fishery, the wintering big game, threatened and endangered species, and migratory birds and raptors. To date, the project has received 3 important approvals. First is our finding of no significant impact issued by CDPHE. Second, we've received a special use permit authorized by Ouray County. And additionally, we've received our nationwide permit provided by the Army Corps of Engineers. So let's dig into the mitigation efforts for this project. There will be no impacts to Puck Campground, no permanent impacts. We plan to have construction occur during the winter off-season to avoid the busy summer season for recreators. Additionally, the day access for campgrounds and trails will be maintained throughout construction. We'll clearly identify the construction area so there's no crossover from visitors and construction crews. There will be no permanent impacts to the campground with full restoration to existing conditions, and CPW prescribed seed mix will be used for the revegetation. Let's talk about Ridgway Reservoir. So this project will facilitate Project 7's access to their water rights within the reservoir. And we conducted a 5-year water analysis study to understand the impacts to the reservoir level and the surface area. In the 5-year study, 3 of those years were drought years so that we could really understand any potential impacts. The table on the bottom of this screen, you can see on the left we have the reservoir level and on the right is the surface area. From our analysis, we've seen that the level and surface area could decrease or increase when this project is in place, but it'll be dependent on water use and dam operations and the water year. Furthermore, downstream of the dam and reservoir, our analysis determined that there will be no winter stream flow condition impacts. This portion of the river is governed by minimum fishery flows required by Bureau of Reclamation's federal EIS for the Dallas Creek project and the construction of Ridgway Reservoir. Tri-County Water operates the dam, and they are contractually obligated to maintain those fishery flows year-round. Our analysis determined that the no impacts in the winter habitat will be a good sign for fish because that time is the normal primary stressor for fish. Additionally, our analysis determined that summertime flow reductions could be seen dependent on the water year and operations of the dam. I want to take some time to dig a little bit deeper into our analysis. So the figure that you see here on the left-hand side are the years 2018 to 2022, and on the bottom are our months, November to October. The purple bars that you see is the existing historical data from Division of Natural Resources. And the blue bars is the proposed flows. So this is the proposed with the project in place. The black line that runs across these bars are the minimum fishery flows that I keep referencing. So what we've seen through our analysis is that the minimum fishery flows are maintained year over year. Additionally, the fluctuation and reduction in summer is going to be dependent on the type of water year, the irrigator's use, and the dam operations. But there are no impacts to the wintertime flow. I'd like to talk a little bit about the best management practices that we plan to implement that have been approved by Army Corps of Engineers to protect the fishery during construction. We plan to perform all crossings during low flow, and this will avoid impacts of the rainbow trout and bluehead sucker spawning season. Additionally, temporary coffer dams will be constructed of super sacks that are made of an impermeable casing so that we can minimize any sediment mobilization. All crossings will be performed in a two-phased approach. This will allow water and aquatic species to move through during construction. Any excavated soils will be removed and stored in the uplands and not in waterways. And all construction equipment previously used in wetted areas will be cleaned, disinfected, and completely dry before entering the construction area to prevent the spread of aquatic nuisance species and disease. The project plans to protect big game species by implementing CPW's best practices. Those practices include pipeline construction adhering to the avoidance window of December 1st to April 30th, having construction occur only at one wildlife crossing at a time, limiting time with heavy equipment within a half mile of underpasses, ensuring that all wildlife fencing along the US Highway 550 corridor is functional, remains functional throughout construction, including wildlife escape ramps in any open trenches, and additionally covering any open trenches when construction is not actively occurring. Restoration is a priority of this project. We have developed a wetland and riparian restoration plan that's been approved by Bureau of Reclamation and Bureau of Land Management. Within this document, we have committed to adhering to CPW reclamation and revegetation requirements. Additionally, ensuring that all construction equipment is power wash and clean, free of soil and debris before entering a construction site to minimize the spread of noxious weeds and invasive species. We're committed to timely and consistent weed treatment throughout the project to maintain the beautification of this area. And additionally, Project 7 will comply with the Colorado Noxious Weed Act. And finally, I want to confirm that these mitigation commitments will be continuously monitored throughout construction. Those monitoring efforts include pre-construction surveys for the yellow-billed cuckoo, raptors and migratory birds, additionally nesting raptors within a quarter mile to a half mile of the project area. Inspections of the cleaning of equipment will occur, and continuing monitoring the revegetation plan. Thank you. I'll pass it to Patrick.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. I want to emphasize that my comments today and those in our memo focus on Project 7's mitigation plan and not on the merits of the Project 7 pipeline itself. CPW staff has engaged with Project 7 and provided comments to the lead permitting agency, CDPHE, in the environmental assessment process starting back in 2022. And staff has reviewed and provided input on a first mitigation plan of July of 2024, and a final draft was submitted January 10th, 2025. And so a little bit about the mitigation statute and the Commission's role. Colorado revised statutes at 3760 122.2 establishes that it is the intent of the General Assembly that fish and wildlife resources that are affected by the construction, operation, and maintenance of water diversion, delivery, or storage facilities should be mitigated to the extent and in a manner that is economically reasonable and maintains a balance between the development of the state's water resources and the protection of the state's fish and wildlife resources. And the applicant for any water diversion, delivery, or storage facility that requires an application for a permit, license, or other approval from the United States shall inform the Colorado Water Conservation Board, Parks and Wildlife Commission, and Division of Parks and Wildlife of its application and submit a mitigation proposal. The Commission's role in evaluating these mitigation plans is laid out in this statute and accompanying regulations at 2 CCR 406, where it describes information that should be included in a mitigation plan and what the Commission may consider in its evaluation. Mitigation plans should include project description, costs, assessment of wildlife resources impacted by the project, and timing. Mitigation should occur concurrently with or prior to the project development and be proportional to impacts. Several criteria in the Commission's evaluation of the mitigation plan include the value and significance of the affected wildlife resource, the degree and permanence of mitigation, consistency with other conservation goals, legal ramifications of state water law, with the end goal that the mitigation plan should reflect a balance between protecting the state's fish and wildlife resources and development of the state's water resources. Once submitted, the commission has 60 days to respond to the proponent or approve the mitigation plan unless the proponent agrees to extend that time. If the plan is approved, the Parks and Wildlife Commission forwards it to the Colorado Water Conservation Board, which then adopts it as the state's official position on mitigation. If this commission and the proponent cannot agree on the final mitigation plan, the Parks and Wildlife Commission will send a letter documenting its concerns and recommendations to the Colorado Water Conservation Board for their consideration. To date, this has not occurred, and this commission and water project proponents have successfully negotiated all mitigation plans. As you heard, the Project 7 pipeline will operate in and cross areas with significant fish, wildlife, and recreational resources. The Uncompahgre River from Ridgway Reservoir through the city of Montrose is an important year-round sport fishery that supports brown, rainbow, and Snake River cutthroat trout, including some reproduction of rainbow trout. Native fish include bluehead suckers and mottled sculpin, which utilize this reach and nearby tributaries. The mitigation plan includes measures to minimize impacts to the river and its fish populations. Critically among these are avoiding flow reductions in the Uncompahgre during the winter period. CPW has long-standing concerns about the minimum winter flows in this section and is very relieved that this project will not further reduce flows in winter. Additional commitments include avoiding in-channel work during rainbow trout and bluehead sucker spawning periods, maintaining at least a third of the width of the flowing waterway during construction, employing fish screens installed on pumps to prevent entrainment, and following CBW aquatic nuisance species guidance. For terrestrial resources, the pipeline corridor falls within high priority habitat for both mule deer and elk, including winter concentration and severe winter range, as well as several underpass pinch points. Project 7 has agreed to avoid pipeline construction during this big game closure period. This is a big deal for us. Limiting construction to only one wildlife crossing structure at a time, maintaining wildlife exclusion fencing, escape ramps, covering trenches within a half mile of wildlife underpass when construction is not actively occurring. And then Ridgway State Park. This is a regionally vital recreational resource. Annual visitation is over 700,000 recreation days, with 7,700 angler days along the tailwater fishery. The mitigation plan avoids most impacts to the park by avoiding construction during the busy recreation season in the Pacachopa campground and routing the pipeline along the edge of the campground with commitments to restore disturbed areas using Ridgway Park specific seed blends. And as you saw, worst case conditions, the project impacts on reservoir levels could see reductions as much as 3.9 feet or 2.7% of total reservoir volume. This is not expected to impact boat ramps or boat slip operations or still water recreation use. And I'm happy to report also that clear and open channels of communication with park staff has been established and satisfactory to date. And so I want to commend CPW staff and Project 7 for their work on this mitigation plan. CPW Aquatics, land use, terrestrial, regional, and parks staff have invested significant time reviewing this project, providing recommendations, and together with Project 7 have arrived at meaningful mitigation measures. Additionally, I'd like to thank CDPHE staff for including CPW in the permitting and environmental assessment process. And so in conclusion, staff recommends that the commission approve the Project 7 mitigation plan as presented. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Bailey.
Process-wise, I just wanted to clarify, this is an informational item for us. Are
Yes.
we approving it?
I have it as an informational item. Do we have more information than that?
It was my understanding that this is a decision item. However, this commission, as you saw, does have 60 days by statute to decide.
Yeah, and my apology for that, because as it's presented to us, it was for information. Does staff have any update on that? Do we need to act on this? Yeah. Hi, Matt.
Mr. Chair, Director, Commissioners, Matt Nickel. I'm the Assistant Director for Aquatics. My apology if that appeared on there as informational. It should be a decision. Unless the commission decides not to approve it, you do have 60 days, but because of the timing of it, that's why Patrick was asking for a decision today. So my apologies for appearing on the agenda as informational.
Well understood, and I don't see any reason we can't deal with it today. So we'll open the floor up to Commissioner comments. Commissioner Touchton. Oh, Councilor Matt.
I just have, do you know when the 60 days runs?
Yep, my understanding it's when the commission receives it, so it would have been the mailing deadline. So perhaps we have 45 days or so now.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May, and thanks for your presentation. I guess I have one bigger question and then a different one. But my big question is, I understand the need for resiliency in your system and avoiding a single point of failure. And I understand the pipeline from the new treatment plant to where you're going to use the water. But what I'm struggling with is why you can't transport the water to the new treatment plant with the river, which would seem to be free and healthy. You know, so many of our rivers are dying for lack of water, and I don't. It seems like it could even be a cost-saving feature. Perhaps at least you wouldn't have to build this pipeline. You might have some additional cost for getting the water out of the river, but why can't we use the river itself to move the water to the treatment plant?
That's a great question. As part of the Owner's Advisor team, we were hired by Project 7 5 years ago to conceptualize this project. And during that time, we evaluated 3 alternatives for the raw water transmission. So one was river diversion, the second was alluvial wells at the treatment site, and then the third was the raw water transmission line. We presented these options to Project 7's board, those 6 entities, and they were reviewing it for pros and cons. Ultimately, the alluvial wells, there was the geology, subsurface geology, would not supply an adequate resilient supply. Then we looked at the river diversion. There's fear that, if a wildfire came through that area, it could take out that structure. We would then remove the potential that this is a backup source. Additionally, in water treatment, you want the most stable water that you can receive. And so if you have an open running river, that the water quality is going to change seasonally. Whereas with the reservoir, it actually acts as a buffer. Everything kind of equalizes, so then we can account for a very stable source and predict what that treatment is going to look like for a long term. So then we looked at the raw water transmission line. The reservoir provides the buffer for water quality, which is great. And then secondarily, the transmission line is running downhill. So we're able to actually provide hydroelectric power to offset some of the electrical costs for the treatment plant. Ultimately, those decisions were made by the board of what's going to be the most resilient and stable solution for them.
Okay. Well, then my other question is sort of related, and I'm looking at that. It's one of the charts you showed of existing stream flows versus the change with the new pipeline, the 5-year water analysis. And it looks like not in the winter months, which are, I guess, the critical months, but in several months of the year, in at least 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and a little bit in 2022, the river violates minimum stream flows in certain months, like February, March, which is winter to me, October. And so it seems like we're already violating our minimum stream flows with the existing conditions, and you don't seem to make it worse. But when we're already violating the minimum stream flows in some months of the year, I again question why this entity decided to use the pipeline as opposed to the river to move water.
The data that we've received from Division of Natural Resources to review the data that you're looking at indicates that maybe some years Tri-County and their dam operations did not meet a stream flow in a certain month. Within the federal EIS by Bureau of Reclamation, it's stated that they are required to meet those stream flows unless there is significant dry years, in which case they need to identify how to operate in dry years to ensure that they're saving enough water. So I cannot speak to how Tri-County has operated or if stream flows were impacted by them in the past. They're contractually obligated with Bureau of Reclamation, and Project 7 has no authorization over those operations. But ultimately, as far as a pipeline tying into the reservoir, it reduces any loss of evaporation to the water. It provides a stable source to treat. So we have a resilience project, and we can produce hydroelectricity. Ultimately, as the engineer for Project 7, I have to present the options and the pros and cons. And the board felt that that transmission line was the best solution for their capital costs.
Okay.
I appreciate the question, Commissioner Touchton, and along with that, I would ask additionally, could the hydroelectric plant not be built without this pipeline? Could they not simply build it with the outflow of the reservoir without the pipeline? And would that create a hole in the river, basically, where the pipeline exists, conveying water from the reservoir to the plant? The hole in the river that creates, would there be return flow from this project put back into the river to cover the evaporation and transportation loss?
Okay, I want to make sure that I'm following, and I'm going to refer to my colleague. As far as hydroelectricity with the river pumping, I feel like that would be kind of an offset. You're using power to pump equipment into a hydroturbine, and you're actually going to probably need more power to push through a hydroturbine. There will not be a recovery there.
So the hydroelectric facility would be placed at the bottom of the pipeline?
Yeah, within the facility, it'll be attached to the raw water pipeline as it enters the facility. So I don't think a river diversion, correct me if I'm wrong, would alleviate or provide that opportunity.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation. I have a couple questions. Number one, I can't find what type of plant is it, or not necessarily what type of plant, but what type of process are you going to be using? Is it reverse osmosis? Is it?
So it'll be a softening plant. The water in Ridgeway Reservoir is classified as very hard, so high calcium. So there'll be a softening. It's called pellet softening reactors. It's to reduce the calcium carbonate in the water. And then we'll have ultrafiltration membranes as the filtration method, and then chlorination for disinfection.
Okay, and then what's the level of chlorination and any other off-put that would be going back into, so I guess it's not going back in the river because you're using a pipeline, but is there high levels of chlorination or high levels of any other type of substance in the water that would be off-put other than through the flow of these municipalities?
So I'll clear that up a little bit. At the treatment site, there's no discharge to the river.
Okay.
Once it receives it, we will treat and reuse that water.
Excellent. Okay. Then lastly, there's 19,996 acre feet unallocated.
Mm-hmm.
Is that for future partnerships within the water districts, or tell me where that unallocated acre feet go? Who owns those water rights now?
I believe Bureau Reclamation owns those water rights, and they're managed by Tri-County. And I believe that unallocated is to ensure that there's a dead pool within the reservoir. So it maintains that we have a consistent volume.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any of the commissioners? Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks so much for the presentation and for the really robust work to engage with CPW to address the mitigation. I share Commissioner Touchton and Chair May's concerns about sort of big picture impacts to the river long term. That said, I do believe we're tasked with approving the mitigation plan itself, and to me, I think you've done an excellent job addressing the specific concerns as it relates to impacts to fisheries, wildlife habitat, the mention of birds, management of aquatic nuisance species, and so I, despite general concerns about water operations and these large-scale infrastructures, would move that we approve it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Commissioner Touchton.
It's along the lines that Commissioner Bailey just, and maybe you could, or Councilor Matter could give us some guidance. So I question the decision that the board made, the group of 7, to not use the river to get the water to the treatment plant. I guess I disagree with that decision. Is our role to disagree with the board? I mean, that seems like that's something they do. Or is our role limited to just once they've made a decision, we have to live with it and decide if whatever decision they made is adequately mitigated, even if we don't like their decision?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner Touchton. We worked sort of as a cooperating agency with CDPHE in that we reviewed assessment documents and proposed alternatives. One of these alternatives was this use of the river with a pump station that CBW thought could be a win-win of sorts. And we have, we provided comments to the permitting agency, CDPHE, in that regard. But fundamentally, this statute and this process seeks to mitigate permitted alternatives that get their ducks and documents in a row, and which have, by the lead agency, met the purpose and need and are feasible. And so, to the second part of your question, yes, we are focused on what will be the proposed activity, and that is permitted.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. I would say I did come into this thinking that we were not going to take action on today. So some of the questions that have been raised for me, I would like to research more. And we do have time. We have time to get to the June meeting without a decision. If we could get the presenters to stipulate to review of that and allow us to move forward with moving it to the June meeting, would that be a problem for any of the entities involved?
I don't think it would be a problem. I need to check my schedule if I could be in person, but if you need more time, then.
Commissioner Robinson, did you have a question? No? Okay. I take that as a no. Okay. Well, those are our options. Does Director Davis?
Maybe just posing a question to the commissioners, and I'm going to make it simple because I'm simple-minded. It sounds to me, clarifying question, that we have a permitting agency that has a proposal that they've accepted, and our staff have worked with that permitting agency to be okay with the project as proposed, and then we do what we do around working with the project proponent to get what we think is the true compensatory mitigation for the anticipated impacts from the project proposed and approved essentially by the permitting lead authorizing agency. So so when I hear the questions about, like, I don't want to like discredit or push away or not encourage questions about the project design, I'm not sure that that's what your role is at this phase, right? And so, and you guys correct me if I have this wrong, and Jake, throw your mic at me or water bottle. So the other part of that is you're essentially saying we agree with staff that the mitigation is adequate so that we can take the next step with CWCB, if I remember correctly. Or you guys have problems with the staff recommendation that this is adequate mitigation. Anyone please correct me if I have that wrong.
Commissioner Haskett was queued in for a question, but I think Director Davis asked a direct question if anybody could correct him. I think that's what I was waiting for. Councilor Matter.
I'm queued in, but not to correct you. I agree with what you said. And Commissioner Touchton, to your question, I think your regulations answer the question you had. There's sort of list the considerations the commission is supposed to make at this stage, but it starts off by saying the commission will make its evaluation regarding the probable impact of the proposed project on fish and wildlife resources and their habitat based on the information submitted by the applicant. And then there's sort of a list of considerations you're supposed to undertake: the value and significance of the affected wildlife resource, potential impacts, availability of best existing technology to implement and monitor the success of the mitigation plan, the degree to which the identified impacts are mitigated, and the permanence of desired effects of the mitigation measures. I can read them on and on, but I think your point was, are we evaluating the project as proposed? And I think the answer is yes.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I want to second Karen's motion, and I would call for the question.
Well, to call for the question is limiting debate or ending debate, and I still have Commissioner Robinson queued in, so I'm not prepared to limit debate yet. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you. I'll be brief, Chair. I think I just wanted to make a clarifying note that, while the role of our commission is actually to protect wildlife and all the things that our council just said, I think a lot of the things I brought up that spoke to the operational implications as well as how the water is processed indeed does go against and have limited factors for how our wildlife can drink from the river, for example, or how that river will continue to flow. So I think all the operational questions that we brought up today, I think are very valid. And I think the presentation was excellent and helpful, but I think to Commissioner Touchton's point, how this plant was chosen to be built, and frankly, the diversion from the river does have long-term implications. Absolutely has a long-term implications. And as a guy who ran 2 cities that put in 2 water treatment plants and was a president of the Water Foundation for both, I will tell you the implications you don't often see for many years. And so I really honor the fact that we are thinking about this now and frankly raising the questions so that you can take them back even when this is approved. And so I just wanted to put that out there, Chair, and I too will be voting in favor at this time.
Sorry, Commissioner, restate that. You'll be in favor of what did you say? I didn't understand.
I'll be in favor of moving this.
Okay, so any other comments or questions? Could we please have a restatement of the motion?
Oh, or Diane. I can read the motion if you like.
Is there a motion to approve the Project 7 mitigation plan as presented?
Okay, that's been properly moved and seconded. Right, Commissioner Haskett. So any other debate? Seeing none, I think we better go to a vote. I guess I will have one comment. My preference is to move this to the June meeting if the presenter stipulate to us reviewing it, but that's only my personal thought. So we will continue with the motion as presented, and I'll ask for a roll call vote on that. Commissioner Bailey, I'm sorry.
I just want to clarify, Chair May, are you, in between now and June, are you hoping to sort of read the plan in more detail? Are we asking for additional information? I think that might help in terms of that, whether or not to sort of table it from my perspective.
My question is, and I deal with this on a water board I'm on, and the effluent, all of this has a big effect. And I wasn't prepared to vote for action today. I actually had questions. So some of these things have effects that I'm not clear on, I'm not ready to vote on. So I'm not trying to hold the project up, but I will be a no vote on this. My preference is to move it for more review to the June meeting. That's my position. Commissioner Haskett, or Commissioner Touchton first.
I was just going to agree with you. Because it was an I on the agenda, I didn't read it in the detail I normally do, because I thought we had another meeting to look at it.
My problem with it is this. Return flows are great. Return flows make up the volume that's lost, but the quality of the water deteriorates significantly. So I have questions that I'd like to follow up on how that's going to be addressed because of the quality of the water. I heard CDPHE is involved with it. I'd like to study that more. That's my position. I don't want to, I basically said my piece. I don't want to hold the project up. Please go ahead.
I'm unsure about what poor water quality would be in return flows. The project is going to tie directly into the reservoir. That raw water will be treated at the treatment plant, and there will be no discharge from the treatment plant except for potable drinking water that will be served north to tie into the existing system.
I think I understand that.
Okay.
Where the water's removed from the reservoir,
Yes.
and then it will be a removal of that. Is that water will be able to be used? Is it project water that can be used to extinction? Or is there no requirement for any return flow for the removal of that water out of the system?
Project 7's accessing their water rights within that reservoir. So currently those water rights are being used by the Uncompahgre Valley Water User Association, and there's simply a transfer. So I'll go a little bit more into detail. The exchange agreement between the water users and Project 7 is a one-to-one exchange agreement. Currently, Project 7 owns rights in the reservoir, but they have no infrastructure to access it. They do have infrastructure to access the Gunnison River, where the water users have their rights. So what occurs is there's an 11-mile exchange reach of you have the reservoir, Uncompahgre River flows down, and South Canal enters it. What's going to happen when this project comes into place is Project 7 is going to access their reservoir rights and reduce some of the water users' rights. They have their own set of rights, they just use whatever the exchange is off the top. Any water that is then transferred and not used in the trade agreement will then come in from the Gunnison River via South Canal and re-enter the Uncompahgre River. The water sources are different. The Gunnison River is softer water, it's not as hard, it's a higher quality water compared to the reservoir. So this is actually more ideal for irrigators and for the river. But there will be an exchange, there'll just be a gap in between that 11-mile reach of the reduction of whatever Project 7 does not exchange to the water users.
That helps tremendously. The exchange you talk about, is that a decreed exchange between the Gunnison River and Uncompahgre?
Yeah.
It's decreed.
Yep.
So it's not a paper exchange. but the water that is exchanged out of the Gunnison River will reduce the flow downstream in the Gunnison River. And is that currently being done, or that will be a new process? The
No,
water
that's currently being done.
currently being done.
Yeah. So essentially, the water that's diverted from the Gunnison River, currently Project 7 diverts it to its reservoir to feed its existing plant. Essentially, that water is just going to bypass that reservoir and go straight into the Uncompadre, and it will then end up in the Gunnison River. So there will be no decrease within the Gunnison.
Okay. It's very helpful. The reason I bring all these up is we are suffering greatly with the decrease of water quality in the Arkansas River. And these very issues are what we deal with monthly with the Southeast Water Conservancy District. Effluent, return flows and effluent, although we get the same volume of water back, we get a much lower quality of water. So those are issues that I have all the time. I don't want to hold the project any further, so unless somebody else has a comment, we'll proceed with the vote. And I'll ask for a roll call vote. Director Davis.
Sorry, I just want to, so we have some time. What I'm worried about is we take a vote now when people feel like they want to have more time. And if the vote is no, then that doesn't seem like a very favorable outcome. If the vote is no because people needed more time, because that creates then we essentially, and correct me if I have this wrong, you essentially would be sending to CWCB a no vote or a lack of support for the mitigation plan for this project, right? So that creates what I'd like to refer to as a disturbance in the force. So I guess I'm in a space, and maybe I'm looking at the project proponents a little bit like, do people around this table still feel like they want to have the time to digest this and we can deal with it in the June meeting? Because my feeling, if I'm walking in the shoes of the Project 7, would be I'd rather have you informed and take a vote that allows us to move forward. And I'm not saying that you would vote yes or no. Or we take the risk of you vote now, and if you don't have the votes, that's a potential no vote when really what you wanted was more time to digest it. Hopefully that makes some sense. It makes perfect sense in my mind, but I'm hearing my words maybe not being totally clear. Jake, sorry. Mr. Chair.
So I think you do have more time. The application materials are dated April 23rd. So assuming that's the day that it came to CPW, you have at least 60 days, which gets you beyond the June meeting. And then if there were a no vote today, it's not that the proponent goes to the Colorado Water Conservation Board with a no vote. There's actually additional work that CPW would need to do, and that's spelled out in your rule also. Which reads, when the commission and the applicant do not agree upon a mitigation plan, the commission shall transmit to the board, Water Conservation Board, 15 copies of its report, which shall include its evaluation of the project's impact on fish and wildlife, its mitigation recommendations, including an estimate of the costs and the benefits of its plan, and its analysis of the applicant's mitigation plan. Documentation will include the significance of the fish and wildlife resources impacted by the project and a comparison of the impacts to the fish and wildlife resources resulting from both plans. So that would be the next step.
Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, thanks for this discussion. I agree that, if the issue the commission is experiencing is that there are additional steps that could potentially be taken to mitigate some of these impacts that have been raised, a no vote today doesn't necessarily serve that purpose, in part because I don't think we've necessarily identified what potential additional actions might be. I also think, given that it was on our agenda as an information item, which I do think we tend to treat a little bit differently than action items, also potentially warrants some additional time. I am more than happy to withdraw my motion if that's sort of where the discussion is at the moment.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. And I'm not promoting that, but the problem I have with it is if I, as a commissioner, viewed it as an information item that we were going to move forward after receiving and asking questions, members of the public might have also perceived it that way, and we might have received comment that we're not receiving today had that been the case. That's my discomfort level. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. I guess, right now, I would be a no to answer your question. But the question I can't understand, and leaving aside my disagreement with the decision to not use the river and build a pipe, is that we presently have a river that is below its minimum stream flow requirements in some months of the year. And I don't know how we mitigate something that's already broken. And so that's what I need to learn more about. In other words, it seems that under both currently and as proposed, we're still damaging this river. And so I just can't wrap my head around it at present without reading more how we mitigate something when it's under either scenario, it violates the minimum stream flow requirement. So that's why I'm stuck.
Commissioner Robinson.
Chair, I think one thing we could do is, since Commissioner Bailey withdrew her motion, we could do a different motion to ask, shall we postpone this into a further meeting? I mean, I think here's my problem with this, and I think we absolutely, everyone had really good points. I think there's so much work that goes into getting this to us. Frankly, had CPW staff and the executive team had any mitigation tactics in which they thought that this would be a detriment to the state of Colorado and these communities around us, they would have brought that to our attention, and I have a feeling we wouldn't be seeing that here today. And so I think given all of our vast knowledge in water rights and water mitigation and all that stuff, it's really important. But I'd also want to flag that none of us have put in the time that I know our staff have put in, which is probably hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours on this plan. I also know that it takes months, if not years, for permits like this to get through the CDPHE, to get through the environmental review committees, and frankly, to get through every one of our municipal partners that we're working with here. And so for us to hold up this process because we may need a little bit more time could also be adding months to this project, which would also have cost implications. And so I frankly would ask us to reconsider voting on this today, because I think out of the large project that this is, we have a very small role.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Director Davis.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So this was identified as an informational agenda item. The June meeting, despite how long you like in between meetings, is only a few weeks away, quite frankly. I feel like that gives folks on the commission who want to take a little more time to look into the details to do that, and probably has us taking a more informed, has you taking a more informed decision. Jake, I'm looking at you. I don't think we need a motion because this is an informational agenda item, right? So this can just come back as an agenda item at the June meeting. And we have virtual too, just to make sure that if schedules don't allow the in-person, that we can still make sure that Project 7 is part of that agenda item in June.
My thoughts exactly, Director. This application was only filed 2 weeks ago, and I don't think we should feel pressure to move forward. I mean, it's filed 2 weeks ago. We're looking at it today. Commissioner Askett, were you? Okay. Okay, here's where we are. Commissioner Beatty, have you officially withdrawn your motion? Okay.
I don't think I did, but I am officially now withdrawing the motion.
Okay, so that's withdrawn. We have a second. It would require withdrawal of the second. So the second, it's withdrawn. My opinion is what Director Davis said. This was identified on our agenda, which is official, which is what all of us go by, as an information item. I don't think action is necessary. We're asking for cooperation with the presenters to allow us to move it to our June meeting, which is 30 days away. Give us time to review, do a little research. I'm not opposed to, I'm not saying there's anything I don't like about it. I just don't have a depth of knowledge that I'm comfortable with yet. So is that a consensus? Any more discussion? I would say we are going to move this forward to our June meeting, and at that point, it will be an action item.
I think that's acceptable to staff. And just for a little background, most of these mitigation plans that come before you have been 2 meetings. I think it was staff's position that in the big picture, this project relative to other water projects in the state is relatively small, the finding of no significant impact, et cetera. And so that's why we tried to make it a decision item.
I appreciate that, Patrick, and I agree with you. But I think the questions raised for us, our responsibility is we need to research it ourselves to be comfortable with where we are.
Absolutely.
So that's nothing, no reflection on any of you. I think your reports were great. It's just that I approached it, and I think we've heard other commissioners, we would have approached it differently had we known we were making a decision today. So my apology to you. Okay, I guess that wraps that up. We'll move forward after that. We're now into, we'll take our general public comment.
Thank you, Chair May. Katie Lancer, Policy Section Manager. We are on item number 22, general public comment. As with yesterday, I'd like to call forward 2 at a time for in-person comment, and then we also, I think we'll have virtual commenters. If Ryan Sedgley and Deborah Taylor could come forward, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Director, my name is Ryan Sedgley. I'm Southern Rockies representative for the Endangered Species Coalition. As you know, I live in Montrose, Colorado. As you all know, we're facing an extinction crisis. Wildlife declines are in, intense decline, and as I believe Commissioner Bellew mentioned earlier, the bird report was pretty disturbing. Along with that, the actions of the federal government currently are threatening to supercharge this crisis through the selling and exploitation of public lands, attacks on the Endangered Species Act, and attacks on our public lands management agencies. The concerns of the Commissioner Greenberg about there being no one in the office to sign checks and operate programs is real. Anyone who has been paying attention should be deeply concerned about this. The administration is dismantling our public lands agencies, including the USDA, upon which so many rural folks rely on to survive, including our farmers and ranchers, and a lot of our conservation programs. Colorado Parks and Wildlife is going to need to step up to fill the voids that are being inflicted on us. We're going to need the agency to be dynamic and put an even greater emphasis on the state protections of land and habitat. I think we're going to see this happen and we are seeing this happen with the impressive habitat conservation and connectivity plan that we heard earlier today. So given the recent action of the federal government to sell our public lands, I would encourage you to pass a resolution that would encourage the legislator to pass a bill that would only allow the state or tribes to purchase or receive federal public lands for holding it in public trust. I would also encourage you to embrace and seek out proposals for new and diversified funding sources to the agency, and to prioritize endangered and threatened species, habitat protection, and to provide constructive feedback on energy development and general land development that threatens habitat. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like Deborah is not here, so if I could please have Dan Parkinson and Bill Wilson come up, please.
Good almost lunchtime to everyone. My name is Dan Parkinson. I'm a retired veterinarian with a background in wildlife biology from CSU. As a member of the Colorado Backcountry Hunters and Anglers Leadership Team, I helped found the Colorado Bighorn Monitoring Program in Southwest Colorado in 2017. Our citizen science monitoring efforts continue today throughout the state with support of Mountain Studies Institute here in Durango. CPW has estimated that the Weminuche Wilderness could hold more than 1,000 bighorns. However, bighorn sheep in the Weminuche have steadily declined from a CPW population estimate of 460 in 2011 to just 290 today, a loss of 37% of the population. In 2018, two knowledgeable and well-respected local bighorn hunter conservationists, George Vandenberg, who is a prior wildlife commissioner, and Rich Weir, observed a coughing ram in a rutting area in S28. To quote Rich, "Every year since then, we saw less and less sheep. For the last 3 to 4 years, I have not seen a bighorn in the canyon clear to Lake Creek, 6 miles upriver." If bighorns are struggling in Colorado's largest wilderness, something is wrong. Simply put, bighorns need elbow room from domestic sheep. Federal agencies should be urged to close high-risk domestic sheep grazing allotments on public land. State and local agencies should address ways to reduce risk from hobby flocks. Failure to do so keeps many bighorns in Colorado at risk of catastrophic die-offs. Currently, there are at least 7 bighorn herds in Colorado dealing with respiratory disease events. Speaking on behalf of dozens of bighorn advocates from at least a half a dozen NGOs in Southwest Colorado, we thank CPW for all their efforts with bighorn conservation, and we stand ready to assist the agency in employing more robust efforts to protect and promote our iconic state animal. Thank you very much.
Sir, one question. As a veterinary biologist, do you feel there's adequate work being done to somehow come up with an M. novi vaccine that could be distributed even orally to bighorn sheep? Do you know, having information on that? We've heard this for years, and it just seems like it languishes.
Right. And I think part of the reason that it languishes is that M. novi has multiple strains and is capable of mutations in the blink of an eye. So it's very difficult to develop a vaccine which would have the level of efficacy to protect a wild species, which would be very hard to vaccinate in order to reach herd immunity levels.
Commissioner Bailey.
Thank you. I just want to highlight, and I'll bring this up when we get to future topics discussions. I think this commenter and the last one both have raised issues that are important to the commission, and so I would love if we could think about how CPW and the commission can support protection of federal lands in the state as the administration does what it does to not protect them, and to also figure out how we can support what efforts need to be taken to support our bighorn herds. So I think these have come up, and I would love to keep discussing them.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. And thank you for your comments. As Commissioner Bailey just said, I really appreciate it. I did have a question, since you work with all these NGOs in the area. So sometimes I don't have specific knowledge, but I'm sort of generally aware that we might send one of our federal partners comments on one of their bighorn or their domestic sheep allotments and say, this will cause these problems potentially, but we don't normally say you should close it. Politics, I guess. But what I'm wondering, are the NGOs able to access our science-based comments so you can use the information that our staff might produce in making your own arguments with those federal agencies to close domestic sheep allotments that are transferring disease?
I may not be the best person to answer that, but my knowledge is that the information is becoming more available, and we greatly appreciated CPW's efforts to share some of their information, but I think that's on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Okay, Katie.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Bill Wilson, followed by Mark Searles.
Mr. May, Deputy Director Davis, Deputy Director Mock, members of the Commission, thank you for this opportunity this morning. I'm sitting here this morning as a trapper. I've trapped most of my life since I haven't missed a season probably since I was 12 years old. Yesterday we had a commenter here that referred to trappers as being cruel to animals, and they were more apt to be rapists, violent people. I'm here to tell you today, I'm not a rapist. I don't beat my wife. I don't beat my kids. I raised 3 boys, so that's pretty tempting. And I don't even kick my dog. So I just wanted to state that today, that I know a lot of good people out there that are trappers. And I'm going to be at more meetings. I'll entertain questions. I'll be around more. So if you want to know about my way of life, please ask. I'll be here. This past season, I caught 4 bobcats. I released 2 of them. So anyway, that's all I have to say today. Thank you for your time. And I'll entertain questions if you have any.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for your comments. I wanted to ask you a question. Yesterday, they were talking about the use of acetone. It's illegal for one thing in the state, but have you ever known anyone to use it?
No, I've never heard of that until yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
I wouldn't know what it was used for.
Thank you, sir. Katie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Mark Searles, followed by John Holst.
Director Davis, Chair May, Commissioners, I find it ironic that my shortest comment that I've ever had, I get 3 minutes today. But, and then my subject matter is in fact general public comments. And so I'm asking the Commission to think about moving general comments to a standardized time in the morning. Oftentimes we have people that have sacrificed lots to be here or to be online, whether they're driving far distances or waiting online while they could be at work. And so by standardizing that time, we can value their time. And my second portion on that is a couple of commenters ago, I saw lots of engagement there, and I really appreciate that. And I ask the Commission to, when it's something that's new or of interest to you, to please participate with us. That we want to have a dialogue, as little as it may be in this allotted amount of time. We want to have that communication with you. So that's all I have today. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Robinson, did you have a comment? I'm sorry, you're queued in, so I didn't want to call you out if you didn't. Okay.
Hi, thank you so much for your comments. It's funny, as I was downloading the day in my brain last night, I was actually thinking this very thing, that we do have a lot of folks that come in from all over the place, and we have to make sure we're respecting the fact that they have lives, but also, I think in the guise of equity, making sure people that do have jobs can come before us and then get back to those jobs. And so I want you to know that your point is well taken, and Chair, I would ask that we kind of consider that in the future.
Comment I would have for that, Commissioner Robinson, is we've dealt with this much in the past, and what we run into is on day one, we have set schedule. We have presentations that are set on day one, and they usually take up the majority of the morning on day one. We then get in presentations during the day from staff that are lined out in advance. And my thinking actually was the opposite. My thinking was to move general public comment to the end of the day. So that's the range of thoughts we have. But today, for example, we're doing general public comment, trying to get it in before lunch. Because if we schedule it in the middle of a meeting, what happens is, as everybody here has seen, the last 4 meetings now, we run hours over, and those people are sitting here waiting, thinking they were going to come up at 11 o'clock in the morning, and all of a sudden it's 3 in the afternoon. So I know there's a whole range of those, and we've talked about some changes. We are going to change our, this isn't appropriate, but it's time for it. We're going to change our public comment to agenda-driven comments. And I think that will change a lot of the general public comment, but we're going to try to place public comments on agenda items specifically. So yeah, it's a work in progress, but I agree, I don't disagree. I hope it's obvious that I respect people's time and try to get it done, but the makeup of the meetings and the structure of the things that we have to come before regularly every meeting don't really lend themselves to starting each day off with public comment. And that's something for the commission to decide, but that's so far what has happened. Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have John Holst, followed by Delaney Rudy.
Good morning, Chair May, members of the Commission, Deputy Director Mock, Director Davis. My name is John Holst. I am a Senior Policy Advisor at Western Resource Advocates. I'm also a board member for the Colorado Wildlife Federation, a professional member of the Colorado Wildlife Conservation Project, and a co-chair of the Colorado Wildlife and Transportation Alliance. I'm here today to highlight for you a critical need to step up conservation efforts for properties adjacent to wildlife crossing structures that have been constructed on highways throughout Colorado to maintain habitat connectivity and increase public safety. We currently have 70 crossing structures in Colorado. The locations of these structures were carefully planned by CDOT and CPW staff to make certain that each dollar spent maximizes the benefit for wildlife movements and public safety. Of the 70 structures currently built at a cost of tens of millions of dollars, 48 are adjacent to private lands that are currently at risk of development, meaning that these properties are not subject to a conservation easement or other agreement to keep the area adjacent to the crossing structure undeveloped to allow continued access by wildlife. Without action, these at-risk crossing structures will become less functional over time due to adjacent development, and the significant investment in habitat connectivity that they represent will be wasted. For several structures, including one just outside of Durango that was constructed less than 2 years ago, development is imminent. We ask that as you and staff discuss implementation of the Habitat Connectivity and Conservation Plan, I think I got that backwards, the purchase of additional easements or fee title via the RFP program, and the allocation of future oil and gas production fees or any other available funding for property conservation, that you prioritize conserving lands adjacent to these crossing structures to protect their functionality and the existing investment in habitat connectivity that they represent. Thanks for your time today. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. I see we have none, but I appreciate it. As a matter of fact, I noticed the same thing driving in. All of the development around the crossing, there was a big bunch of deer right there in the middle of a bunch of development. So I agree. It's a pertinent point. Commissioner Bailey.
Just real quick, I think it's an excellent point as well, and I guess I would encourage Casey and those who are involved in the habitat connectivity plan to, as they're thinking about the implementation phase, consider wildlife crossings right as core components of connectivity, along with in the midst of these stakeholder discussions and this piece.
Next, we'll have Delaney Rudy, followed by Pat Dorsey.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair May, Director Davis, and staff. My name is Delaney Rudy, and I'm the Colorado Director for the Western Watersheds Project. Thank you for your time, attention, and discussion throughout the last day and a half, and for the opportunity to comment before you today. I'll be echoing some of comments that you've already heard, so I apologize for the repetition there. I just have them prepared. So. As we're here in the southwest corner of the state, I wanted to echo some other comments that you've heard and emphasize the importance of bighorn sheep conservation in Colorado. As the state animal, iconic inhabitant of our rugged mountain and desert terrain, and sensitive species on many of our national forests, not to mention CPW's logo, CPW's stewardship must improve to match the needs of both species, Rocky Mountain and desert bighorn sheep. CPW's 2009 Bighorn Sheep Management Plan acknowledges that the primary factor limiting bighorn sheep in Colorado is the transmission of pathogens from domestic sheep. Once a wild sheep is infected through contact with a domestic sheep, they carry that pathogen back to their herd and even to other herds through ram forays, which can lead to catastrophic all-age die-offs. That aforementioned management plan indicates 19 confirmed or suspected disease outbreaks with subsequent all-age die-offs attributable to pathogens from domestic sheep affecting 18 herds from 1986 to 2007. Notably documented is a 1933 die-off, which resulted in the complete extirpation of bighorns from what is now a dinosaur national monument. The only way to avoid these transmission events is to achieve effective geographical separation between domestic and wild sheep. There are no immunizations available and treatments have proven ineffective. There are large areas of bighorn sheep core, home range, and summer range that overlap significantly with BLM and Forest Service domestic sheep grazing allotments, some not so far from where we are today. As such, CPW staff need the latitude and encouragement to recommend the closure of public land sheep grazing allotments that overlap with bighorn occupied range when those permits come up for renewal. Fast agency response to domestic and wild sheep interactions is essential to avoid disease reaching herds and causing all age die-offs. So eyes on the ground are critical to protect wild sheep herds. As mentioned in earlier comments, MSI maintains a strong citizen science program through the iNaturalist app to monitor bighorn sheep locations and potential interactions with domestic sheep. I urge the Commission to encourage CPW to collaborate with this program and improve monitoring efforts and make reporting more efficient. As we've seen the last few days, CPW staff have a lot on their plate. To sufficiently guide conservation and respond to the needs of the species, CPW should allocate a dedicated position to coordinate bighorn sheep population monitoring and conservation. Thank you so much for your time.
Next we'll have Pat Dorsey, followed by Suzanne O'Neill.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Actually, I don't know if it's afternoon, but my name is Pat Dorsey. In my former life, I had a career with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I retired as the regional manager here in the Southwest region. And one morning at 3:30 in the morning, my phone rang and a bear had attacked a person and bitten the man. Happened just across the river and up the hill from where we're sitting right now. The man was taken to the hospital and CPW did its job. It euthanized the bear, gathered it up quickly, did disease testing on it. The Durango Herald did its job. It reported on the story fairly and unbiased. But the comments from the public are what surprised me. There was one comment that said, "Why did you have to euthanize the bear? The guy was only a homeless man and he probably smelled bad." Another comment said, "Maybe the bear should have bitten a game warden's kid." Honestly, I was astonished by the comments that the public put out there toward the other members of our human family. And maybe I'm saying this not so much directed at the commission, but directed at the people behind me and the people that are online. But as I sat through this meeting and I heard people vilifying ranchers because wolf management isn't as easy as we all thought it was going to be, or people that are assuming trappers don't care about wildlife, or people that are assuming that just because people advocate for humane treatment of wildlife, that they're anti-hunters. We need to bring more civility to those meetings, and I think it would make the meetings easier for you as commissioners to make informed decisions and to listen to people. So with that, maybe it's just a commitment for me that I give people some grace and I be hard on the issues and easy on the people. And since I have a few seconds, I'd like to congratulate you, Commissioner Reading, on your award. But we skipped over it really fast at the beginning of the commission meeting, so I want to congratulate you on that. And I also want to let you all know that I will greatly miss Matt Thorpe, who is an excellent CPW employee. And I have to admit that all of you missed the fact that he has the best mustache at CPW. So with that, thank you very much for your time.
Chair May, are there people in the queue or should we?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was going to comment about the mustache. So, caught me off guard. I refer to Matt as the man behind the mustache. So, thanks, Pat.
Very good. Next, we'll have Suzanne O'Neill, followed by Sam Miller.
Commissioner Robinson. No, go ahead, sir.
Sorry about that. I too wanted to comment on the mustache, but I also just wanted to say thank you so much for your words. I think in this world we get anxious and start to say things that are not good to each other. And I think just as much as we care about animals, we have to care about humans as well. And I think words are powerful. And so I agree with you that respect is of the most importance, especially when we come to do this, right? We all have the same goals. And I haven't heard anybody get up here yet and say, I hate animals and I don't want to help our nature. And, you know, we all kind of have the same goals. So I just want to thank you for saying what you did. And it just warms my heart that we are going to refocus. So thanks.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Director, DNR Deputy Director. I'm Suzanne O'Neill, Colorado Wildlife Federation. I'm here to briefly comment on this phase 2 of the strategic planning process. I completed the survey, a tool, an anonymous tool, and partners and stakeholders have much more strategic level input to offer to you during this phase 2 this summer for you to consider in phase 3 and weigh. One of the really important components to us is how to integrate wildlife needs for climate resilient, high quality habitat connectivity, permeability with the desires for exceptional outdoor recreational experiences. This necessitates close scrutiny to the strategic Colorado's outdoor strategy. It's a really, really important guidance document, detailed framework, great resource hub with codex, and CPW is the lead coordinating partner. Another area, well, actually under that, that's an umbrella for what you discussed this morning, the habitat conservation and connectivity plan, the statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, and the state wildlife management plan that's due in September. So that's a big strategic order to delve into. In addition, I certainly think that the highway crossings issue illuminated by John Holst is really a strategic priority to address. In addition, strategic management for and of hunting and fishing, and also the threats referenced in the regionally bundled DAU herd management plans. Another area is, I really think CPW has a key strategic role to play within each of the regional partnerships. Jody Kennedy's group does a great job, but I'm talking about within, because many of these partnerships are starting to talk about projects they will propose to apply for under the extraordinary fund that Dan Zimmerer outlined to you yesterday. And we need solid CPW wildlife conservation expertise as those decisions are on the front end. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Sam Miller, followed by Dan Gates.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. I am here before you today with but one request, and one request alone, and that is the gong. Is there anything we can do about the 30-second gong? I have a lot of advocates, myself included, I'm sure Dan included too, where the gong, it interrupts your flow. You've got 2 minutes, sometimes you cut it down to 1, and you hit the 30 seconds and you get that loud dong. And it's really tough. And Mark, I told Mark, I said, Mark, you have to let me take on the gong because I have a personal vendetta against it now. So I'm here to advocate for at the 30-second time, just don't do anything. You can gong as loud as you like at 0. We're happy to step away, stop what we're doing. But please, please consider removing the gong. That is all. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Dan Gates. And then we'll be switching to virtual public comment, starting with Julia Archer. If I inadvertently missed anyone in the room, please let me know.
Thank you, Chair May, Director Davis, Deputy Director Mock, Commissioners, and Council Matter. Dan Gates, Coloradans for Responsible Wildlife Management. I'm the Executive Director, and I'm also the President for the Colorado Trappers and Predator Hunters Association, most of which you already know. I wanted to provide some clarity on some things that have constantly been said and alluded to over the course of the last several days, but that continually come up for discussion or insinuations during past commission meetings. As far as the Conservationist of the Year award that you guys were present and allowed me to be presented by the Colorado Wildlife Council, just for the record and for the people that don't understand how that award came about, that came about through a selection process that was nominated by 22 different national, state, and regional organizations that put me in that position. So the Wildlife Council then chose the individual that was nominated by those organizations. It didn't have anything to do with CPW as a whole. Anybody that has any questions about that, if they would pay attention to what was said and how things would happen, they would realize some of those things. Other things that I wanted to provide some clarity to is when you look at things like the North American model of wildlife conservation, where it continually comes up, where individuals say that fur harvest is not part of the North American model. Obviously, they haven't read or dissected the model. There are provisions within the regulated harvest of fur within the North American model, specifically regulated fur harvest. And I'd like to see if the commission at some point in time would like to figure out a way to revisit the North American model and actually what it says, as opposed to taking people's interpretations from it. Those are things that Priya Nanjapa did prior to most of these commissioners being present when she presented to the commission about the North American model and her peer-reviewed study of that, along with her participation with Shane Mahoney, Valerius Geist, and John Organ. I would encourage each and every one of you, if you're so inclined, to be able to turn around and look at the model itself and look at the interpretation of the fur harvest of the model within major organizations like WAFWA, AFWA, TRCP, Wildlife Society, and others. One thing that I'll finalize with, and it continually comes up over and over and over again, and I think it's worth mentioning, and I'll read it verbatim because other people maybe have a misinterpretation of it. When we talk about the harvest or the dispatch of specific animals, and fur-bearing animals that can be harvested and then dispatched or with any rifle, handgun, any shotgun, handheld bow or crossbow, any air gun, except for that for a coyote or bobcat, the air gun must be pre-charged pneumatic air gun of 25 caliber or larger. It also has provisions, and I would encourage you to research it if you're so inclined, about the American Veterinary Medical Association guidelines for euthanasia. Thank you very much.
Next, we'll have Julia Archer, followed by Maya Key.
Katie, I would like to comment. This commission, I can speak for myself. I have attended numerous Colorado, Wyoming short courses, and we always get in-depth coverage on the North American model. So as far as the commission goes, the commissioners have every opportunity, and most have taken advantage of those short courses to study the model. Just a comment. Thank you.
Julie, I can see you might need to hit unmute on your end.
How's that?
Good. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair May and Commissioners, and hello to everybody in Durango. I am Julia Archer calling from Colorado Springs. I want to thank CPW and CDA for your hard work providing livestock producers with access to and funding for non-lethal conflict deterrence. Great progress. And, you know, following Dan Gates, my statements today concern the ongoing desire of thousands of Coloradans to end the unlimited trapping and killing of fur-bearing animals in our state. I'm going in a slightly different direction. While we wait for the results from the new fur bearer working group, I encourage the commissioners and staff and everyone present in the room to continue to personally reflect on this issue. Your own professionals have stated that the population numbers of fur-bearing animals are presently unknown. I think we now can all agree that unlimited killing of any species with no accurate idea of the population of that unique species is not science-backed wildlife management. It's just not. So let's call a spade and find a way to speak about that differently. And many Colorado citizens, including myself, also strongly oppose killing our wildlife for personal financial gain. There's been a lot of conversation always about the North American model of wildlife conservation. We all have a different interpretation of it. And I'm just saying second tenet title, and I have read it and I do research it, is Prohibition on Commerce of Dead Wildlife. So we have some contradictions in our law with this prohibition, but it does state and mean that the sale of dead game animals is prohibited, ensuring that wildlife is managed for the benefit of all citizens rather than for personal profit. I know we all interpret that document differently, but again, let's call a spade and stop the practice of private killing of our wildlife for profit. I also just want to add that I'd like to correct a misperception or possibility is simply an error. At the last Denver CPW meeting, the staff were asked if CPW sponsored the Trappers and Predator Hunters Association fur auction. The answer was no, CPW did not, but it is currently listed as an organization sponsor under the tag, please support our sponsors. To argue that CPW supports the organization but not the auction is splitting hairs. I recommend that the CPW name, link, or logo should be removed from sponsorship. And thank you, everyone, for what you're doing for our state.
Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I just have some comments. I don't have a question for you, but we do have a Bobcat study that shows our population is doing well. And the other part of that is I have a really hard time with, we just had a vote not 6 months ago about some of these issues. And I don't think we're doing our constituents any good by trying to change that vote right afterwards. The population spoke and we need to follow that. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Maya Key, followed by Deanna Meyer. Go ahead, Maya.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Maya Key. Thank you for letting me speak today. Thank you for your work. I come to you today as a concerned citizen and longtime resident of Colorado. So just the other day, I turned to my husband and I said, I don't think I'll ever get tired of seeing deer in my front yard and bear in my backyard. It's a truly, truly magical experience every time it happens. And this is why we live in Colorado, to experience that magic, to be a part of the natural world around us. But you, my friends, are betraying that. When you make decisions to increase the killing of black bears and mountain lions, as you just did at Fisher Peak State Park, you are betraying what Coloradans actually want. The vast majority of Coloradans do not and never will choose to hunt bears and mountain lions. They want them alive. They know how important they are to our ecosystems, and they know that these incredible animals have a right to live and safely raise their young, just as we do. And they know how supremely lucky we are to share our state with them. And yet you, the CPW, makes a decision repeatedly to cater to a tiny, tiny fraction of the population that wants to kill these animals. Even worse, you are succumbing to the desires of out-of-state hunters, people that don't even live in our state. So let me gently remind you that your responsibility is to the people of Colorado, not to wealthy hunters from New York. The vast majority of Coloradans want to keep experiencing the magic of sharing our state with wild animals. We know just how lucky we are to be able to do that. And we know that bears, wolves, and mountain lions pose no threat to the safety of us and our children. And there is no absolutely no need to manage these animals. They do a wonderful job of managing themselves on their own. So I just ask you today to please remember that you were appointed to represent all of Colorado, and please, please act accordingly. Thank you for your time.
Next, we'll have Deanna Meyer, followed by Sam Karkoff. Go ahead, Deanna.
Good afternoon, Chair May, Director Davis, and CPW Commissioners, and thank you for your important work. I'm here today to discuss the issue of enforcement of laws by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. My family owns a large property that is an elk calving ground. Every year at this time, mothers birth and raise their babies in my backyard. I take this privilege very seriously, and my family works hard to preserve a key habitat for this elk herd. We have reported poaching incidents almost every hunting season. I want to commend my district manager, who is always here within a couple of hours after reporting these incidents and who has been very diligent with taking these reports seriously and investigating them. But there has never been a time when these criminals have been found and prosecuted. Last fall, I was relieved when I thought that no one had poached on our land. Just 2 weeks ago, I went on a hike and I found a dead bull elk from last fall. At first, I was happy to see the carcass because I assumed it was a mountain lion kill until I saw the sawed-off leg bones and was devastated that yet again another elk was illegally killed on our land. I called my district manager, and as usual, she was quick to respond and document yet another poaching incident. Our land is surrounded by a trail that is marked as private on the onX app because a large portion of that trail is our private property without an easement. Yet every year, hunters access this trail and poach in predictable spots. Over the past 3 years, we have had 11 of our cameras stolen on our land from these trespassers who are hunting on our land, some of the cameras taken far into our property lines. We also see hunters on our land glassing our meadows, which often has big bulls grazing on them during early morning hours each season. My question for all of you is if there's a way that this commission could help my district manager with the tools to put up cell cameras and signs warning hunters that if they continue to poach that all access to this area would be removed, or since there have been so many violations, can CPW close this area off to hunters? Again, I am so grateful to my district manager for always doing her part in stopping these criminals, but it happens every single year in the same areas. I would like to continue to do my part protecting wildlife on my land, and I'm asking for help in ensuring that together, at the very least, we make it less likely that these incidents occur through preventative measures. Thank you all for your time.
Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you, Chair, and ma'am, thank you so much for your testimony here. I am going to ask our staff to provide me with your contact information so that I can get in contact with you and see how, as your representative, as one of your representatives of hunters on the commission, we can help you try and mitigate that. We do take poaching very serious, and I know that our staff work really hard every single day to make sure that that doesn't happen. And so I would like to lean in with you a little bit and even possibly come up and visit you and see how we can help you.
I would love that. Thank you so much.
Next, we'll have Sam Karkoff, followed by Valerie Hunter-Goss.
Hey, good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman May, Director Davis, Deputy Director Mock, and Commissioners. My name is Sam Karkoff. I'm a hunter, angler, outdoor recreator, concerned citizen. I want to start by acknowledging that I fully support the First Amendment and recognize the importance of public comment across all governing bodies. To be clear, I'm not suggesting public comment should be removed. However, this commission, like all public institutions, has limited time to conduct its business and fulfill its responsibilities. That said, when public comment becomes repetitive, stating, restating, reiterating the same points without offering viable solutions, it can hinder progress rather than support it. With that in mind, I'd like to offer a few suggestions for making public comment process more effective and productive. One, I believe submitting comments ahead of time could be expanded. Specifically, these comments could be anonymized, summarized, published ahead of time, and referenced during the meeting as part of a brief recap. This would ensure public input is acknowledged while allowing live comments to focus directly on current agenda items and solutions. Two, I think displaying real-time summary of key topics and perspectives already shared using live transcription or AI summarization tools could help reduce repetition, support transparency, and keep the conversation moving forward productively. 3, I suggest the commission consider limiting to agenda-specific comments to the time of those items being discussed and moving unrelated public input to a later portion of the meeting. This mirrors standard practices across many organizations where off-topic comments are tabled to keep discussions focused. I think combined with earlier suggestions, this could help create a more efficient and productive meeting experience for all. Finally, I encourage us all, myself included, to take advantage of the many other opportunities to engage with this commission outside of this meeting. And before we step up to speak, let's all ask, has my point been made already? Am I offering anything new? Is this the best venue for my message? Once again, thank you all for all your hard work at CPW, and have a good day.
Next, we'll have Valerie Hunter-Goss, followed by Kenneth Ramsey. Go ahead, Valerie. Valerie, go ahead.
Yeah, I can't put my video on, but
we can see you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Greetings, Chairman May, Director Davis, and Commissioners. My name is Valerie Hunter-Goss. I'm a resident of Fort Collins. I voted in favor of the wolf reintroduction 5 years ago. I even bought the Born to be Wild license plate. I believe people would be kind, respectful, and attempt to coexist. I was so wrong. The hatred that ranchers and hunters have moaned and whined about since day one is disgraceful, all leveled against a wildlife species who used to live in our state before those ranchers and hunters were even born. Having wolves on the landscape is known to improve the ecosystem and biodiversity of an area, but they couldn't care less. Since the reintroduction, at least 6 wolves have died, 3 alone last month. Most of those deaths have been caused by humans. Some deaths were expected, but not 20%. A lot of money has been spent to make this program successful. Transparency is practically non-existent. I don't feel CPW is doing enough to keep Colorado's very expensive wolves safe. The wolves wear GPS collars that transmit their locations every 4 hours. It was reported that one wolf was 10 miles from the Wyoming border, but CPW didn't or wouldn't step in, so 2 wolves were gunned down. Colorado doesn't deserve wolves, not when ranchers and hunters want nothing more than to see them dead. And I agree that with Mark Searles that general comment should be held at a designated time. I'd prefer it to be held at 12 p.m. so working people could join during their lunchtime. I think it's important that everybody be given a chance to chime in. And people who work just can't. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Kenneth Ramsey, and I believe that will be our last public comment.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chairman May and Commissioners. You work hard to keep Colorado a great state. Thank you. I've been fortunate to enjoy many years of sightseeing, camping, hiking, fishing, and hunting in all parts of Colorado. My favorite Colorado memories are of seeing fur bears and carnivores alive. A few examples: porcupines walking without sticking themselves are fun to watch. Beavers are never boring to watch. One year, I saw a big mountain lion standing in the middle of a road. That lion stood nearly 5 feet tall and on all fours. His pads each were bigger than my outstretched hand. There was a bobcat well known to ranchers they called Big Red. Ranchers were chasing Big Red with dogs. Big Red ran in front of my brother-in-law's car and was killed. My brother-in-law had Big Red skinned and mounted on a wall. The meat was thrown away. Big Red was handsome hanging on that wall, but left me feeling sad and empty. Mounted dead animals or dead fish do nothing for me. I know every animal has friends, enemies, a personality, a mother, a father. Fish and game belong to all of us. I have many friends who feel the same way, but do not hunt or fish or trap or have cows. When do these friends get to have a say in how hunting, trapping, or fishing are done or not? For example, fishing has catch and release. How about an award for catch and release for hunting and trapping? I have many friends who do what they call hiking with a gun, but no longer hunt. To hopefully support Colorado wildlife, these friends buy a license and walk through the hills and trees just to see wildlife alive on the land, no hunting. CPW does a fine job addressing problem animals, but unlimited trapping and hounding for fun or profit is irresponsible and unbalances the whole ecosystem. Thank you for listening.
Thank you to everyone who commented. That concludes our public comment on this item.
I believe that concludes our morning. We're ready for lunch if anybody has any appetite left after those comments. So I will consider us recessed for lunch. We'll come back in an hour. Let's go ahead and begin our meeting. Maybe we have a chance to get done in a decent time today. Okay, we're going to start off with agenda item 23, which is a discussion of future topics. So I'll turn it over to the floor, turn the floor over to the commission. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair. And again, thanks for continuing to have these discussions, and to CPW staff for doing what they can to create the space for these discussions to come to fruition. I do think, and I, fully admitting I have no idea what sort of capacity or power the commission has, but I think the points that have been raised about threats to federal lands in the state and any action that the state can take to sort of mitigate those threats is an important one. One public commenter mentioned a resolution. I have mixed feelings about resolutions, but yeah, I would just love to have a discussion about what we can do to ensure that when we map things as protected, they stay protected. And then, a couple comments on agenda structure and public comment. I think I sort of understand the need for constraining public comment to facilitate commission doing important commission business. I am hesitant to sort of get rid of general public comment altogether. But all that to say, I think maybe a general, and also, Director Davis jokingly made a comment about going before the DNR update. I'm not sure that's actually something we want to do, but possibly a broader discussion on sort of agenda structure. There might also be some value to the public in just having a conversation and hearing about how agendas are designed and set. So yeah, some sort of discussion around any changes to agendas and how we go about setting them might be of value.
Commissioner Haskett.
I just want to tag on to what Commissioner Bailey just said. It was interesting. One of the commenters said, it'd be nice if you could do it at noon. But one thing I think that the public forgets also is we are all volunteers, and we have business to do, and be respectful of our time too. So I realize their time, we need to do both, but there needs to be a balance.
My comment on that, Commissioner Haskett, is if the complaint is that people have to take off work to comment, if we have that set at the end of our meetings, that makes it really, really easy for them to comment if it's at the end of a day rather than the middle of a day. Plus, our agenda is structured around important topics this commission has to deal with, and to take the middle of any day, middle of a morning, middle of an afternoon, and place in an unwarranted amount of time for general public comments, because we don't know from one meeting to the next if it's going to be 30 minutes or 3 hours. So to break up the important business of this commission and the agency to insert public comment, I think is a hard thing to do. That's why for the last few meetings we have tried to not have public presentations. A 10, 15-minute presentation in the middle of a meeting, because that is, as we all see, such valuable time. And we're not limiting anybody's ability to speak publicly. Everybody has the same right to sign up for all of them. For example, this last meeting, we had people that signed up for 4 different comment periods. So if that's 2 minutes, they had 8 minutes to speak. If that's 3 minutes, they had 12 minutes to speak. So I don't think we're taking away anybody's right to speak. It's all there. But both your points are well taken. When do we put that within the structure of a meeting? Commissioner Haskett, did you have anything else? Okay.
Yeah, we all take 3 days off of work at least to do this. But when we did wolf comments, if you've already made that comment once, don't keep making it again and again. And at some point, I don't remember how we did that, but we did. If you've already commented, you didn't comment again, especially on the same issue. 2 cents worth.
And the problem we're running into now, it's feeding off of itself. We have people attacking each other through the comment, using it as a forum. And I don't know what the answer to that is, but I guess the commission can deal with that. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me.
Thank you very much for the promotion.
Thank you, Chair. my old, whatever came out. Oh, I lost my train of thought. Okay, so Chair, I agree with you about having it at either at the very beginning or the very end, because I do think it could become distracting to try and, stop what we're doing so that we can start public comment. It doesn't make much sense to do that. I also agree with Commissioner Haskett that we should probably, I think we should limit if people want to speak, not speak. I mean, we had some people speak in literally every single public comment that we had, and if it's specific to an agenda item, 100%. But when we have 2 general public comments, which I haven't thought about that too. But if we had 2 general public comments, my thought is you either speak in one or the other. I don't think people should be able to speak in both, because it actually takes away from everyone else that wants to be able to speak. And then furthermore, I wonder why we have 2 general public comments. I think that we should have 1 general public comment, and then the rest of the public comment should be agenda item specific. That's my thought, sir.
Very good. I agree. Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think that having late in the day would be better to me than having it in the morning, because that could get us really off schedule. But we also have technology, and so I think for people, even if they're at work, they can probably still Zoom in and be able to make a comment. So I think that, like Marie said, we're all volunteers here. I know I just checked my messages on my phone during lunch, and it's going to be a long night. So, but yeah, I think that we can take advantage of technology too and allow Zoom, and that way people still get to speak.
Director Davis.
Yeah, just maybe really quickly on the technology piece, like, it's becoming increasingly difficult for us to find locations around the state with adequate technology. These meetings since COVID have turned into YouTube videos and all sorts of virtual testimony, and we try to balance and prioritize the people that come in person. And just a reminder, like, we move around the state so that we can be connected to those communities around the state. And like even this meeting, right, it started out with we have problems with capacity, and we're in Durango in the DoubleTree, right? And so I just, we do have to have a bit, maybe a bigger conversation, not even just about the agenda or public comments, but how we can make these better, but also give us some flexibility so that we can reach communities that wouldn't necessarily meet the technology needs that we have today.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner Reading.
Thanks, Chair May. Just voicing my support for the idea of just 1 general comment period per meeting and having it near the end of the day, I think is better. I do like the idea too that when we have these meetings, since we're talking about schedules, is going to see some of the sites that we're responsible for managing, which we used to do, and we've seemed to fall away from that. And I know it's because we don't have the time, but if we limited public comments somehow and we had more time to do that, I'd like to get in to see some of these state parks that I've seen a lot of them, but still some I haven't.
Very good. Commissioner Touchton.
Well, just real brief. I think the director just made a really good point that, the meetings didn't used to be on Zoom and have virtual options, and it is limiting our ability to go to, like on the Eastern Plains, we'll have a standing meeting in Lamar or La Junta or something, but none of the other communities, Brush, I guess Sterling, but it'll foreclose options, and so we kind of did it to ourselves during COVID. No one made us say that everything had to be virtual, and we just missed out on seeing Cortez. Much as I like Durango, but originally we thought Cortez, but we couldn't do it because of the technology. And then the other thing, just for the public who's still listening, it's not that we don't want to hear from you, but I just wanted to, there's a new law that requires each commissioner to have 2 sessions And so there are other opportunities for generalized comments that aren't related to the agenda. If you want to make your general concerns known to a commissioner, you'll have to do it one at a time, but you can have access to all of us at those two other meetings, or really any time via email.
Yeah, we're all very accessible 24/7. Our emails, obviously, anybody can reach us. And I think the majority of us do our best to reach out to those who have requested. Commissioner Haskett.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of people could just email us if they're not able to do a meeting, but yeah, I think we're not allowing ourselves to do business like we should be doing. And part of those was site visits and things like that. And we haven't done that for quite a while, and it was important. So I think we should look back to before COVID and wolves of how our comments worked.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Bailey.
I just want to flag, I'm totally in agreement that the site visits are one of the perks of this non-job. And so I am grateful for and appreciate them. That said, we heard a lot of public comment about some of the challenges of having site visits on day one and forcing people to have 2 nights, on limited budgets. And so I do think there are some equity concerns. We could potentially have, optional site visits before commission meeting starts or on days like today. But I just want to flag that when we sort of, for lack of a better word, interrupt the agenda with a site visit, it potentially creates some sort of financial burdens for those who want to be here for both days.
Okay, I think we have given the director and staff consensus on public speaking where we're at. One other thing I wanted to talk about is the threat that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has to remove the definition of habitat being taken away from that. And that is extremely detrimental to all we do. The things that I've been involved with lately, CPW has more of an effect and more protection on critical habitat than U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service does. So I just want to encourage CPW, and if that's a future topic discussion, I don't know. But CPW's impact on protecting habitat, in my opinion, is bigger than the federal agency. Commissioner Reading.
Thanks, Chair May. Yeah, I've been harping on this a lot in this meeting, but I do think it might make sense. We've talked about doing kind of resolutions from us in the past, and something about how we as an institution support public lands as they are, and all the benefits that they provide to our constituents, given the threat that I think we all know they face right now, and some of them have already disappeared or are being sold. I think one of the things that this state has to offer is public land access for recreationalists, sportsmen, and bird watchers and hikers and everyone else. And I do think it might be powerful if it came from us, but I don't know how people think about that.
Commissioner Otero.
Thank you, Chair May. Yeah, I support resolution that Commissioner Reading is putting out there. I think we're seeing an attack on our public lands, whether that's a sell-off, or I also view it as an attack on our public lands by letting go of our workforce. I'm not sure of the numbers, but I know we've seen a significant reduction in our BLM staff here in the state, and we're seeing it across the country. And so that burden has obviously fallen on, will and is falling on CPW. And so us making a statement, I think, would only be a benefit.
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. Commissioner Robinson.
I'm going to put out a counter argument. While I support everything that you all said, and I believe that it's 100% true, I also know that I don't want us to have an unintended consequence of poking the bear, being the commission who sends a resolution in support of something we don't actually have control over, to then let us be a target, and for us then to become the next place where land is sold and staff is removed and all the things, and executive orders are signed and it's named the Colorado whatever. I just see that. I see that there could be a huge possible ramification for us in ways that we don't understand yet. And I think we should just be very cautious of that.
Very good. Commissioner Otero.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. I appreciate those comments, but I also feel like in these unprecedented times, sitting quiet isn't always the best response, and we're already seeing those impacts. The staff's already been cut from the federal agencies. There's already been letters that have been sent to our, governor and DNR about withholding federal dollars. And based on that, I think it was in the Colorado Sun, that letter came out. The details around it were that they had to remove all mention of climate, DEI, DEIA. So, those things are already there at the doorstep, right? I don't know if that's going to spare anything, but, obviously there's a lot of unknowns.
Okay. Anybody have anything else, or can we wrap this discussion up? We've basically talked about public speaking. I think that's the main thing. And I think that we've all been very aware of that. Try to maybe get that to where it's in a more precise and organized manner. That being said, with the commission's approval, I think we'll end this discussion, move into the next, turn it over to Councilor Matter, agenda item 24, the discussion of commission officer elections. Councilor Matter.
Yeah, I think the sort of the process will be similar in past years. The game plan would be to have a discussion amongst the commissioners today, limited discussion maybe about interest in terms of chair, vice chair, and secretary, officer elections. At the next meeting, we would have a confidential ballot. It's the only confidential ballot that's authorized by the open meetings law. You're allowed to use confidential ballots to elect leadership to boards, which is what we've done in the past. And in order to sort of facilitate that, you can nominate or self-nominate and direct those either publicly and openly today, or let Diana know. But I think we need to pin down what the deadline for that would be so that we can have a sense of what the ballot needs to look like, and if there's interest at various levels, prepare the ballot. But Diana, what would be a good time for those sort of nominations or self-nominations to get back to you?
I would like to propose May 29th. That is our usual deadline for staff as far as mailing materials, and then that would also allow for us to send out final mailing on the first round of mailing on the 30th, and give ample time ahead of the Glenwood Springs meeting to create said ballots.
Okay, Councilor. That being said, I'll open the floor to discussion. I'll open the floor with stating that I don't want to be presumptuous, but I'm removing my name for any consideration of any officer, so I'll leave it at that. Commissioner Touchton.
I had a couple questions before we launched into the whole. So the May 29th, you would like an email if we want to nominate someone or self-nominate?
Correct, yes. I would like you to let me know via email, in person, how best you would like to communicate with me, either your nomination or self-nomination by the deadline of May 29th, 4:30 p.m. by May 29th.
And then the other thing I wanted to see if there are other jobs that the commission has, that we have two representatives on GOCO, the Natural Heritage Program representative. I think there's a trails person. And so are we going to do those as well, or?
I'll point to Councilor Matter. My understanding was no, but.
Yeah, I think the discussion today was going to focus on leadership within the Parks and Wildlife Commission, but you're right, with GOCO and Commissioner Haskett leaving in the near future, there would be a vacancy at the Wildlife and Sportsman's sportsperson's position. In the past, there's been a sort of informal liaison to the Trails Committee that is currently not in practice. Commissioner Blecka did that previously, but that's not a statutory requirement. And then the Natural Heritage Program representative, I want to say is 1 year. Commissioner Reading's on it, but I can't remember what the duration of it is.
I can't remember what the duration is either, but it's Natural Areas Program. Just to be clear for the record, Natural Heritage Program is something different, and I might have even mixed them up yesterday. But I'd be willing to, I mean, I enjoy being on it. It's very interesting, but I'd be willing to step aside if someone showed an interest. But are we saying we're not going to make nominations for those positions, or we are by the same date?
You have flexibility. I think, in conversations with staff, given the uncertainty of how long Commissioner Haskett would be in her current role, maybe defer the discussion on GOCO, but that's sort of up to the commission.
Director Davis.
Last year when this happened, so when we talk about these other kind of parallel appointments, I just want to point out that sometimes this doesn't always work out, that the same people that put their name in or put other people's names in are still here after July. And so we could be doing double work. In my mind, I would just suggest that get the commission appointments and replacements firmed up and then take a look at some of those other periphery opportunities once the commission is kind of stable. And I don't mean that like mentally stable.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. One thing I would like to add for the officers for the commission is we almost always had one from each seat, and why you can't have, there's 4 different seats, but we have 2 large and an ag, but so we don't have a wildlife or a parks representative right now. And I think it's important to split that up for future.
Commissioner Touchton.
I was going to nominate Vice Chair Reading, who just received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Wildlife Conservation Society, which is, as some commenter said, a very prestigious and big deal. So I think he's very well credentialed to lead us. And so I was just going to publicly nominate Commissioner Reading if he's willing. I didn't. I should have probably asked you first.
To confirm, you're nominating him for chair.
Anybody else? Floor is open. Well, then I think you have been nominated.
I'll just send it to you.
Okay, well, we have one nomination for chair, and the floor is open. So I welcome any comments. Commissioner Bailey.
I think a second Commissioner Haskett's suggestion that we have sort of greater diversity amongst the leadership in terms of what the groups that we represent. So I'm not saying anything about my plans at the moment, but I just want to highlight that I agree.
Commissioner Robinson.
All right. I would love to nominate as well, but I'm not going to because I haven't talked to this person yet. But I think that I think that we should have, I'd like being able to send it in as well. So I appreciate that option because I would like to talk to a couple people to see if they're even willing to step up and do this job. So,
okay. Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Chair May. I agree with Commissioner Haskett's comments on having diversity on the commission, at least diversity from the standpoint of our multi-stakeholder board makeup. And I would second Commissioner Touchton's nomination of Commissioner Reading, assuming it's a role Commissioner Reading would be willing to accept. I think he would represent our organization and agency really well.
Okay, anybody else? I mean, we have one nomination for one office.
I do want to just remind that we want to look for nomination for chair, vice chair, and secretary as well. So we have those spots open.
And I think another complexity of this is if we have multiple nominations for chair, do we elect chair and then one of those obviously won't be chair? Do we move them back to the availability of vice chair? I don't know how that procedure would be correctly done. But if we have nominations for each office right now, and there are multiple nominations for one, that almost eliminates the person who doesn't succeed from another office. Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Since Jay nominated Rich for chair, then that means there would be a vacancy for vice chair. So I would like to nominate Jay to be vice chair.
Commissioner Otero.
I would like to third the nomination for Commissioner Reading as chair, and then also for secretary, if Commissioner Barty would be open to maybe SAG representative. But again, I guess I should have had these conversations before. It's a little awkward, but yeah, I'll put that out there.
And honestly, you can't have that conversation before.
Right.
So
Yep.
it's a moot point.
I wanted to confirm, Commissioner Otero, that was an official nomination for.
There you go.
Yeah, for Commissioner Barty, secretary.
As secretary and Commissioner Reading as chair.
Yes.
Well, I mean, despite what we do here, we'll still be open for nominations to Diana. So, Commissioner, were you through, Commissioner Barty? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Thank you, Chair May. I just wanted to respond to your inquiry around if there's maybe multiple nominations on one, but not on another, that at least from my perspective, I'd be really open if Diana can almost play as a liaison, since we can't talk to each other about these kind of things, and maybe just ask, there's been X nominations for this, but no nominations for this one. Would you be open to moving your nomination to that? And maybe going back to the nominator and asking if they would be willing to do that if the person said yes.
So I think if there's, let's say that Commissioner Reading has been nominated or self-nominated for each of the three positions, I think the easiest sort of order of operations is to leave his name on the ballot for each, go through the chair vote first, and then if he's elected chair, then we scratch his name from vice chair and so on.
Agreed. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. So since we're doing nominations, I guess I would like to, I too support Commissioner Reading to be chair. I would also like to see democracy at work. And so I also would like to nominate Commissioner Bailey to be a chair as well. I think she has exceedingly shown her commitment to process and order and all the things, and is always very well studied. And I always really appreciate that. And frankly, when I first got here, Commissioner Bailey pulled me aside and was like, here's all the things you should know real quick. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. So I would like to nominate Commissioner Bailey as well. And I also would like to nominate, since we're nominating people, this is so weird and awkward, but I'd like to nominate Jess for vice chair. And I think she would do a great job as vice chair.
Okay. Anybody else?
I did have a clarifying question for Councilor Matter. Is it at all appropriate to, in any way, discuss some of the expectations of the chair role at this time?
Yeah, there's nothing that I think that's a great idea if you want to kind of talk about your interactions and the commitment and the workload and the check-ins and all those things. I'd encourage you to read the operations policy. You know, it talks about the role of the chair and the agenda setting and communications with the media and outside parties and the director and all sorts of things. It goes over all of that, but you also get to talk to Diana quite a bit.
Okay.
Dallas, did you, or Chair May?
Well, it is a job that you probably don't expect right now, especially the last 2 years, probably the year before. Chair Hauser would agree with me that it's basically a full-time job. I mean, you deal with things any given day, sometimes all day long. So be prepared for the commitment of that. And the things you see, the forward-facing, public-facing things are probably the easy part of the job. So just be ready for a commitment in order to do the job that you need. And there's a lot of controversy behind the scenes that people don't know about. So you have to have a thick skin. It's one of the reasons I'm stepping out. So, but no, it's a great job. I've been privileged, and it's been my honor to be able to do it. And I look forward to, and I will support whoever takes in that role. This is a great commission. Any one of you could easily fill the role adequately, and I mean better than I've done. So I support anybody who accedes to the chair. And outside of that, most of you know everything that goes on. Some of the more difficult things are setting the agenda. As you see, we've had trouble with all the controversial things we've had. That makes it very difficult. And when you have the amount of public comment requests that we have, of course, we've had to limit. Back when I first got on, it was nothing for somebody to give a public presentation, 10, 15, 20 minutes. And it's gotten to the point it's just not possible anymore. So I will say this, whoever gains the chair, vice chair, secretary, you'll have my undying support. I'll help in any way I can. And any one of you will adequately fill the role. I think, are there any more discussions or nominations or thoughts on that? I think, Diana, do you have everything you need?
I think so. I just wanted a friendly reminder about that May 29th deadline. If you do have a I did record all the nominations submitted today, so those are recorded. However, if you didn't have a chance to give your nomination, please remember that May 29th deadline. You can email me, text, or call me, and however works best for you.
One more point I might add is I would like, if we could do this, Counselor, to have, for example, the ballots for chair done first. And then whoever is elected chair is out for vice chair and secretary, but I'd like to work from chair, vice chair to secretary. And I think that way we don't eliminate anybody. I don't think it's fair for somebody to seek the chair and then be eliminated for vice chair. Any thoughts on that? Anybody?
I do want to just add on to this that Mike Kortuch did just send out those policies regarding each role's responsibilities, so you should have that in your inboxes. I also wanted the reason for the May 29th deadline is that we will be making those votes official during the June commission meeting. So we will be expecting to elect those new officers at the June commission meeting in Glenwood Springs.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll conclude this topic, and we'll now move into agenda item 25A, Colorado Wildlife Habitat Program. We'll ask Amanda Nims and Kim Rogers to come forward, and we'll begin with that.
Thank you, Commissioner May, directors, commissioners, counselor. My name is Amanda Nims. I am the Land Protection Specialist for Colorado Parks and Wildlife out of the Denver office. It's a pleasure to be here today in front of you to provide the funding recommendations of the Colorado Wildlife Habitat Program, of our director and our executive management team. This year, in 2024's RFP, we have an opportunity to protect over 10,000 acres, specifically 10,475 acres for habitat conservation, as well as to provide new public access on close to 4,000 acres. With a budget of $11 million, we can do that for just over 10. So we're saving $1 million and getting some really good work done, both for habitat conservation and public access. And we'll do that with your recommendation to move forward for due diligence and project management negotiations for 2 fee title proposals and 1 third-party conservation easement. We will talk about that in executive session. The total project value looks at what's asked from CPW, as well as the money that's brought to the table at closing through our funding partners, as well as donation or donative value from our landowner. So of the $10,065,000 that's being requested of CPW, about $6 million is being brought to the table from our landowner and other funding partners, and that breaks down to about 61 cents on the dollar that CPW will pay for this. So 39 cents on the dollar is being brought through partnership. May I answer any general questions before we talk about the specifics?
Commissioner Touchton.
Thanks, Chairman. And Amanda, on the last point, the partner contributions, I think I know the answer to this, but I wanted to give them public recognition. So GOCO sends 50% of its money to us direct for wildlife and recreation, but also I think through their open space component, they're also one of the significant funding partners for the rest of that. Is that accurate?
That's a good distinction to make. So the Colorado Wildlife Habitat Program is funded through our habitat stamp dollars, our partnership with GOCO, and our wildlife quadrant dollars and wildlife cash, so revenue generated by hunting and fishing licenses. GOCO, yes, also provides other additional funding outside of this program's, their portion of this program's funding source through their open space program.
Okay, I want to make sure I give Mr. Zimmer back there his credit if he's still around.
Thank you.
Anybody else with any comments, questions? Council Matter, are we prepared? We'll need a motion to enter executive session and roll call vote.
Yeah.
To that point.
Let me give my explanation as to why we're going to executive session, then I'm going to ask you for a motion.
Jake, I also have a public comment. Can we do that before?
Sure.
Very sorry about that, Katie, and I was aware of that.
No problem. If we could go ahead and have Brian Webster come up, please.
All right. Good morning, Director Davis, EMT, Commission Chair May, and Commissioners. As Chair of the Habitat Stamp Committee, I'm here today to provide a brief overview of the profound and lasting impact of the Colorado Wildlife Habitat Program, a program whose future we are so pleased to see extended through the passage of SB 49 this legislative session. This program, born from the dedication of sportspeople, landowners, and conservationists, has been a cornerstone of wildlife conservation in our state for nearly 2 decades. Since its inception in 2006, the Habitat Stamp has served as a powerful engine for conservation, fueled by the contributions of those who cherish our wildlife resources as much as anybody, our hunters and anglers. Their commitment through the purchase of these stamps has translated directly into tangible benefits across Colorado's landscapes. To date, as the end of the 2024 at the end of 2024, the Colorado Wildlife Habitat Program has directly invested approximately $212.6 million into critical wildlife habitat and public access projects across the state. In broad terms, the habitat stamp has been instrumental in conserving approximately 300,650 acres of vital wildlife habitat through conservation easements. These easements represent enduring partnerships with private landowners, ensuring the long-term protection of critical areas while often allowing these lands to remain in agricultural production. Furthermore, the program has significantly expanded public access for wildlife related recreation through public access easements on private lands, opening up over 156,100 acres for activities like hunting, fishing, and wildlife viewing. Directly, Colorado Parks and Wildlife has been able to acquire approximately 34,950 acres through fee title acquisitions, placing these key habitats under direct management for the benefit of wildlife. Beyond acreage, this program has also secured over 393 miles of riverbank access, enhancing angling opportunities and protecting crucial riparian ecosystems. The impact of the habitat stamp extends far beyond these impressive numbers. It has fostered a culture of collaboration, bringing together diverse stakeholders to identify and support projects that represent the best opportunities for habitat protection and public access. This collaborative spirit perfectly embodies the vision laid out in the recently launched Colorado's Outdoor Strategy, which seeks to elevate common goals and amplify locally driven conservation efforts across our state. Is it all right if I go on just a little bit longer? Okay.
Yeah, you're still on.
I will just skip to the end. Want to just make a note that we strongly encourage the Commission to adopt the Habitat Stamp Committee's recommendations and to recognize the renewed importance of this program in the face of the dynamic challenges of habitat loss and development that we're seeing across our state, and to help us secure help funds to further leverage the dollars generated by sportsmen and women to continue this program's proud legacy. Thank you.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
You're chair of the committee. I think you should be able to give your report. If there's something in your report you didn't read, I would like you to read it.
Okay, I appreciate that, Commissioner. I was going to just highlight that the scope of habitat loss and loss of farmland that we have seen in Colorado and across the West in the last few decades. I mean, there is data, the Disappearing West data, the CAP report, that shows that approximately every 2.5 minutes we lose about a football field of habitat across the entire West, which is staggering. And habitat is an important limiting factor to sustaining healthy wildlife populations. At the same time, in a recent farm census that came out, and I think it was 22-23, shows that Colorado has lost around 2 million acres of farmland, and I'm just pulling it up here, in the last 30 years. And so this is a program that helps to keep agricultural land in production, make sure our agricultural heritage is protected and strong while also sustaining healthy wildlife populations. So I think it's a really important thing, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to highlight that.
Oh, my apology. We should have given you that right from the beginning, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And that concludes our public comment on this item.
Thank you, Katie. Counselor.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so we're going to enter executive session to discuss the details of these private transactions as allowed by under the Open Meetings Law, Title 24, Article 6, Section 402, 3A, 1, 2, and 3. For the Commission to consider the 2024 RFP program Tier 1 and Tier 3 proposals. The purpose of executive session is to consider the purchase of private property for public purposes, to receive legal advice, and to maintain the confidentiality of analyses and maps compiled and maintained by CPW as required by the Open Records Act, which is Title 24, Article 72, Section 204, 3A, 21. And with that, Chair, I would ask that you request a motion to enter executive session to discuss those topics. And also, I'll note, in order to maintain the confidentiality, we need to ask any member of the public to please leave while we have executive session. We'll have executive session and then go back into open session for any decisions.
Thank you, Counselor. Commissioner Reading.
I move that we enter executive session.
So noted. Commissioner Bailey seconds it. We'll take a roll call vote for this motion.
Vardy,
Yes.
Jacober, Beaulieu,
Yes.
Bailey,
Yes.
Reading,
Yes.
Otero,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Touchton,
Yes.
Haskett,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Chair May.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Give us a moment while we create the breakout room.